Yeah, I knew that I was picking that up. Hmm. I think we might be live. Now, that's quite the fantastical conundrum, because I haven't been live in, well, quite a while, you could say. Let's take a look. My last stream was technically 2 weeks ago, but that isn't my last game dev stream. If you take a look at my last game dev stream, this was over 4 weeks ago, over a month ago. Uh, exactly 1 month ago, which is kind of nuts. Um, did it just update to being a month ago? No. Okay. But it's exactly 1 month ago is when I last streamed. So what I'm gonna do, I think, is do my classic thing of taking this and kind of going to at video announcements at stream notice. Hey guys, we're back. I forgot to tell people soon. Whoops. My be that's my bad. I forgot to inform people. What I should do is I should probably pull up the docs, chat. There we go. So now I'm not blind. Or maybe I am. I don't know. Sam I am kind of thing. Where is my stream? Where's my I need to go back to it real quick. So we seem good. We seem good. Alright. Everything appears to be in working order. Everything is not falling apart. It's not burning. It's not actively destroying itself and burning and collapsing. So I think we're good, and I think we're ready to start, which is pretty cool. As per usual, I've got my list of goals here. Um, yeah, I I've just thought of my Jeremy thing. Hold on. Sorry, this is just something for me for later. Me, Jeremy video. Got it. All right. I just needed to write that down so I didn't forget what I was talking about. Anyway, so I've got some goals here today. Don't mind my moving around the microphone as per usual. So I've got a lot of ideas for things I want to change. Now, if you've seen my recent upload, which I pray you have, source says, please keep the stream running for an hour and a half so I can watch it when I'm home. That's probably going to happen. So if you were here, and if you've watched that video that I uploaded, which I hope you did, but to be honest, I don't think the YouTube algorithm really liked it. We can take a look here. You can see my videos in comparison. Episode 1 had 603 views, whereas episode 2 has 34, which is kind of funny. I don't know. Actually, I should check the comments on that. That's probably a good idea. Hey, look, guys, we can check the comments. I don't think it's gotten any new comments. Yeah, because I would have gotten a notification about it. Yeah, there's no new comments here. Um, anyway, Ox Vlogs time. It's time to make a vlog. That's what we're doing. I think it's funny that my sub count actually decreased by 1 when I uploaded that video. I have no idea what absolute bad lad decided to unsubscribe because I uploaded, but it's so great. Anyway, ignoring that, what I was gonna say though is that if you've seen that video, you've probably noticed that I'm currently holding a weapon that hasn't been shown before. I still need to disable your inputs so stuff like this doesn't happen where you're clicking around in here, but it still registers your inputs. Actually, you know what? Let's make that a thing. That's not the goals. Make menu. I can type make menus not die when clicking. Well, there you go. That's a new goal that's been added. Anyway. So yeah, there's been a lot that's changed. Not only have I actually finally fully completed all of the item textures, you know, for when you have things that are like this. If I go into here and I make something that's gold, you can see the gold skin for the shuriken does also exist. So everything has its own texture, its own livelihood. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm saying is that everything exists. All the textures, at least in here, now are at the very least present, which I think is fine. The real important kicker of my balls is that everything in here has been changed. And when I say everything, I mean some things, but I get locked into the room, and then the enemy starts spawning in, and I need to rework some of this stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of how the current enemy spawning looks. Jesus, I got a crit just then. Eh, Hold on, do I have a crit item? There's no way I just rolled that twice in a row. But I'm not seeing it again. What? Okay, it wasn't technically in a row, but... Because there was like 1 or 2 hits in between. But I'm not seeing another one. What? That's actually wild. You have a 1% crit, or you have a 1% chance to crit when you don't have anything. And I did it twice, like practically back to back. So doing it twice is like, I mean, what I don't even know, like a 10,000th, 1 in 10,000 chance of that happening. That's pretty wacky. Because you could see I don't actually have the item because I would have crit a lot more if I had 10%. I just keep beating these things up and they keep not being critical hits. So yeah, I just happened to roll 2 1% critical hit chance things back to back. That's pretty crazy. Um oh man, I see some spitters in the distance. Um Yeah, I need to probably work on the spitter AI so they don't just try to snipe you from a distance like they were before. They actually engage the player in combat, you know? Anyway, uh, video gaming. I'm just kind of going through attacking enemies, playing the game. What I want to do is kind of change how the player movement works. This is something that I didn't actually put in the stream goals, but I might actually, because it's something I forgot to write down. You can see I'm very put together this stream because it's my first one in like a month, actually exactly a month. But I wanna rework how the player movement works. Currently, it's really too easy to just, you can kind of see it in the video actually, but it's really easy to just dodge everything right now and not give an actual crap about anything that's going on. And because you can, I mean, I got hit just then, but I mean, that's just because of bad maneuvering on my part. It's pretty easy to just not get hit. Then again, I say that as I'm getting hit. I mean, you can get hit. This is not like a fine art, and I'm pretty bad at it. But the point is, okay, that double crit is because I threw a shuriken and the entire shuriken crits. So if anything, it would crit. That's just how they work. But I did throw a 1% shuriken of balls. Anyway, as you can see, I'm just playing the game. I'm kind of not doing anything. I'm just fucking around. But you can kind of get a feel for how the game plays, the current progression. I wanna ideally, I don't know, make it a bit more aggressive. The way I was thinking of doing that is perhaps perhaps reducing the player movement speed a bit. Reduce, make dash, then base speed. So what I mean by that is right now when you're just kind of existing, it's way too easy to just outrun the enemies. And I don't know if I exactly like making the enemies faster, but I might have to do that. Because, I mean, currently, you seem to be moving at an alright pace, but it's just so easy to outrun enemies right now. And I think a good balance that I can strike, maybe I can experiment with it, is basically giving the player like a dash or something similar to that. I'm kind of imagining like Enter the Gungeon kind of vibes. That was the wrong way. Where basically it will let you temporarily become, I don't know, maybe invulnerable, but only for like a few frames or whatever. But the reason I'd want to do that is so that you can have a bit more tense combat. If you're not able to escape enemies at like just by holding down a button, then, you know, the game becomes a lot more interesting. Because, like, right now, I can just kind of do this, and there isn't a whole lot they can do to stop me from just holding down one key on my keyboard. I mean, at the very least, if I could replace this functionality by making you need to, like, do something like dash constantly, then that's actually doing stuff. Now, this is something that I've been thinking about with the dash, which is how do I make the dash, like, fit better and be more aggressive. And I haven't written this down anywhere, but I can write this down right now. Dash ideas. Uh, 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 uh. Okay, make dash, right? Well, I think that's step number 1. Reduce base movement speed, right? But make dash have like I don't know, like a slightly longer cooldown, slightly long. Let's just say like, make dash have like make dash have like I don't know. I don't know how to phrase this. Just long cooldown, combat slash damaging enemies slash kills reduces cooldown. Let me pitch that to you. Shut the fuck up, Grammarly. I'm aware that this isn't English. It's not trying to be. It really likes, like, yelling at me for using improper English in my personal notes here, but I literally do not give a shit. So what I mean by this is we reduce the player movement speed, which means, you know, you're forced to actually, like, you can't just outrun the enemies. But then in replacement, we give you a dash, which lets you basically move at the same speed you would, although at a much more I don't know how to phrase this actually. At a much more I don't want to say like intentional way, but you're not just holding a key on your keyboard. You're like actively outmaneuvering enemies with a dodge, like dodging through them, dodging around them, whatever. But the thing is that I don't want to allow the players to just replace holding down a key with holding down a key and spamming another key, the dash key, right? If you're just like, if I set it to shift or something, I don't want you to just be able to like hold S or hold D and then spam shift and then you can get away from the enemies. That seems kind of boring. So what if it was that while, yeah, okay. So what if it's, the cooldown for the dash is actually decently long. Reduce, increase speed slash reduce dash cooldown on when not in combat. So that'll be a thing. So just so you can get to the other rooms, the next rooms faster, but that's unimportant. Basically, what I want to think is, what if we made the dash, making dinner and talking to my mom, sorry broski. My man is crazy. What if we made this hypothetical dash that I don't think I'm going to be doing this stream, but very possibly I could do it this stream, or maybe next stream, I don't know. I don't really have these things planned out in the entirety, but if I can stop being distracted for a second by random other thoughts, we make the dash have a long cooldown so that, you know, you can't just outrun enemies constantly, but we do make it so that you can reduce the cooldown by actually engaging in the combat, which means as you engage in the combat and you're like fighting enemies and you're trying to outmaneuver them, or like you're trying to dodge their attacks while still hitting them, you actually are rewarded by having your dash become available more quickly, meaning you can create even cooler maneuvers. Wait. Damage reduces cooldown. Kill refreshes cooldown. I might need to make the dash like not too OP of a dash, you know, but like just as like a short little burst of speed rather than I don't know, a long thing that makes you very invulnerable for a long time, and you probably wouldn't be able to attack during it. But basically, what this will let you do is hop between enemies, if that makes sense. It would allow you to close the gap between groups of enemies by killing one, then dashing to the next one. It makes the combat faster, I think. That's just my thoughts. And if you don't kill an enemy, but you're still damaging them, which is engaging with the gameplay, then you're not entirely discouraged from doing, like, you're still encouraged to attack enemies because it's reducing the cooldown, which gives you more, I want to say, movement opportunity. That it gives you movement at a faster, I don't fucking know. Look, I'm just kind of brainstorming. This is my brainstorm ideas. This is crafting ideas. This is where I brainstorm ideas that may or may not work. And if you guys have seen the video, you kind of, I don't know if I need to catch you up. So we have a bunch of things I've written out for goals. And yeah, I don't know if I want to go over each one individually like I normally do sometimes because it takes a long time. But if Eject is still here, which I hope that he is, we have something to do. But I'm only going to do it if he's actually here. And if he's not here, I'm not going to do it. So I would hope that he tells me. Yes, he knows. He knows. He knows what we must do. Earlier, I've come up with my video for Jeremy. So if you know, if it happens to land on that, that would be oh, dude, I was about to I was about to call that rigged for a second. I was like, the second I come up with what video I'm actually gonna put for Jeremy, right? The second I think of it, or I guess the stream that I think of it, it actually rolls it. That'd be hilarious, but no, we got forest green, and I think that's fine. I think I misclicked on DaVinci, so now this is opening. I don't know. I'll just let that open while I work on this thing. So we're going to turn on wavy blue. Last time we had like an aqua. Do I already have a filter for green? That's orange, that's purple. I don't, but it might be on the other one. A wavy. Okay, so I have this other one, although it's currently bound to the wrong thing. Just pick something. Sure. Unity instance. Doesn't matter. I just need to do so I can go to filters, because I swear I had a forest green filter on here. That's red. That's nothing. Oh, I have one called green. And that one's kind of like orangey. Okay, so this is my green filter. So I can copy, right? And then I can go back to wavy blue. And I can go to properties. No, sorry, properties is the wrong one. I can go to filters, right? And I can paste. And now we have green. I should really actually label the... Oh, I didn't even think of this. I can combine, I can mix and match these to create some wacky colors. This is not intentional behavior. But yeah, that's kind of cool. Anyway, what I was going to do is I can actually label these, right? I can rename this. I can be like red. And this one is orange, so I can rename orang. Sorry, orang. And then this one is purple, so I can rename purple. And this one is light blue, so I can rename this agua. And this one is green. And this one is not red. Bird. Well, there's your colors. Anyway, let's enable green because that's what we rolled for today. So we have wavy green. And let's move on. So DaVinci Resolve, this randomly decided to open. Other stuff we have for this stream, by the way, not just coding. You might be surprised to learn while this opens that I was actually requested to watch a video by a friend of mine. So you may know him. His name is Grimlar, my man, my homie. So I watched the first couple minutes of this, or like the first like 3 or 4 minutes of this before I read the message that he sent me. But he sent me a message basically saying, watch this video on stream. And I haven't seen it. Well, I've seen the first 3 minutes of it, but I haven't seen the actual like rest of the video. So that's what I have planned for kind of the end of the stream today. But I'm kind of hoping to throw in some other stuff, maybe talk about some other things I've been doing. I don't know. So, hey guys, remember the this video? And when I say this video, I mean the video that I spent like 2 weeks making, because fuck me, this took a long time. Oh man, it's episode 2. You can't even hear it because I turned the audio off, but it doesn't matter. You don't need to hear it. You can watch it if you want. And then there's also the outtakes where you have all the exclusive bloopers that only one person has, because why not? I can't decide if I want to make these their own video or not, the exclusive bloopers section. Because, I mean, it's like 3 minutes of me just fucking up talking, and it's kind of funny. I have no idea what I just did. Mark out. Well, what if I mark out over there? Mark out. Okay, whatever, DaVinci. I don't care. I want to get to coding, because that's what we have. That's what the stream is about. That's what it's all about. I might do this later. I think the first thing I really want to do is rework enemy spawning, and then we can make an enemy spawning animation, because currently, the way enemies spawn works, it's functional. It's also incredibly shitty. I don't mean to exaggerate when I say that it is some pretty terrible code that that is what dictates how enemies spawn in. Now, this isn't something you actually see as the player, because, I mean, it works, right? You just see enemies spawning in. I mean, they do like the white flash for a second, but that isn't actually the bad part of the code. That's actually just like a slight bug from a different thing, but it actually kind of looks fine. The real kicker is where their position is chosen. I absolutely despise how I did it. I think it is abhorrent. but it works. So let's find the navmesh entity script. So let's see if I can find the piece of code that's responsible for this. So you can see on start, so when it's going to spawn in, it says reroll position. And reroll position, well, what does this do? It does this, right? So it goes to this. It sets its position to a new position that's somewhere within the room. And then it does a physics 2D raycast all. And I don't exactly know what this does. I'm pretty certain the physics 2D raycast all is... Oh my god. Sorry, this is some crazy ass code right here. God damn. Hold on, I need a break just looking at this. Man, alright. That is... Oh, that's something. So I believe what this is doing... So let me see if I can summarize what this does. So what this in itself is doing is it's just saying go to a new position and make sure that the position is on the background, like you're on top of the background. If you're not on top of the background, like you're out in the middle of the void somewhere, re-roll it. But you might be wondering, well, why doesn't it spawn inside the walls? Because it does that. There is a collider on the enemy, and it just says, if you're colliding and it's been within 0.1 seconds, then re-roll the position. Now, you might not, on the outset, see the problem with this method, but essentially what this means is the enemies actually can, like, if they fail to, like, this only ticks, I believe it's either every frame or every 50th of a second, but they only have 0.1 seconds to do it, so 5 attempts, I think, or maybe it's more if it's like based on frame rate. But let's say it's frame rate, so it has a bunch of attempts, but that means on lower frame rates, this one like never happens. If you had like 5 FPS, this basically isn't running, and it's just this one, which means it only rerolls it one time, which means it could spawn inside the walls. Not only that, but the solution isn't a great solution in general, because it's doing this stupid ass shit here. I can't believe that this is like actual code I wrote at some point. So I think what I'm going to do is fix it. Number one thing that's happening, that is getting out of here. Number two thing that's happening, reroll position is being completely changed. All of this can get out of here because we don't need it. All of this reroll position code and nonsense badonkers, that's being removed. It's being excavated. Now, just by deleting that code, we'll probably go into the game and we might see some problems. There's a very real possibility that the enemies just spawn in the center of the room now. I have no idea what just deleting this code does. Yeah, okay, it's just spawning them in the middle of the room, because there's nothing telling it to randomly move their positions now. I deleted that code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to Gamer and the thing where it's a spawn enemy. Is that a method? Spawn chests, spawn chests. Okay. Let's go to the next floor method, and because I know it's in here. So you can see that's the chest spawning code, but really where it is somewhere... What? So... What? Hold on. Okay. Okay, sorry. This, I forgot I remade this code slightly when I was gone, and I kind of forgot what it did. So when the next floor happens, it's also doing start room. Now, Boomy Roomy, I think, is doing some stuff to clear all this stuff out of the way, like the doors. It's putting in the doors is what Boomy Roomy is doing. Then it waits 1.5 seconds. So when you enter a room, it's running this, which puts the door, waits 1.5 seconds, and then it starts spawning in the enemies. Now, this position is what I want to modify, because I think what I can do is I can find this position without needing to spawn it in. And what this will do is this will make it so much better for multiplayer and also just in general. So let's do this. So let's do a public vector 3 find valid position. I'll just say find valid pause. Return null, just so it stops giving me an error. And what I'm going to do is replace this with find valid pause. Seems easy enough. I need to get this origin room. Now, this is a slight problem. It's a slight problem. But I can just pass in current room, can't I? What does this say? I room? So I can pass in I underscore room. Boom. I can just call it origin room, can't I? Because that's the origin room. That all works. Why can't I return null? Can you not return null? Can I convert to vector 3 because it... Oh, is vector 3 really not... is vector 3 really a non-nullable field? That's kind of wacky. X equals this return. Anyway, so I'm just kind of moving some stuff around so that it's doing some stuff, and then I pass in the current room. So we're more or less around at the same place we were at the beginning. This code is very similar, accomplishing a very similar task, but it's not done. Because what it's not doing is it's not checking for collisions when it spawns in. I don't know how apparent that will be when I open up a room here, but basically what this is doing is it's just picking random positions to spawn them in. And you can see it's very similar to what was going on before, but theoretically, enemies still can spawn, you know, inside each other. They can spawn near other enemies, which, I mean, I guess that's fine if they spawn near other, but they can spawn while colliding, which is not what we want. We don't want them to be able to collide, or we don't want them to spawn inside something. So that is where the rework of this comes in. So we have this thing, which basically is taking whatever the okay, this is some crazy ass code. I have no idea how I got away with doing this, but whatever the fuck it's doing, I know this is fine. Whatever X is, I just know this is a random point within the room. I don't want to touch this math. It's very cursed looking. S equals origin room dot the game object dot transform. So then I get the local scale and divide it by 2. And then I take the position and offset it by something within the scale. It's fucking weird. Whatever it's doing, it's finding a position that's somewhere within the room. What I need to essentially do is say if... Actually, I think it's var a equals physics... I haven't done this yet, so physics 2D... 2D dot overlap circle. And now I gotta start passing in some parameters. So the vector 3, or the vector 2 point is of course going to be a new vector 2, but I can take x.x and x.y as the inputs. Crazy shit, I know. I really should make a method that converts between vector 2s and vector 3s. I don't know if they have a direct thing. Is there a thing for this? Like var e equals x dot to vector. Can I just say like vector 2? Does that work? Oh, okay. Well, I if that works, then there's no need for me to do what the fuck I just did. I can just say vector 2x. Convert x to a vector 2. So then I believe I need to pass in the radius. The radius is a bit complex, but I think I'm just going to give it a radius of 1, which is a pretty fat range. What I probably should do is make this scale with the size of the enemy. Yeah, but this is, I believe, returning an array. Is this not? Is there one that return? Is there like overlap, circle, all? I'm too fucking good. I'm too fucking good. So that returns an array, and we basically need to check everything that's in here. And I have a plan. Remember that like get object or whatever it's called? I don't remember what. I'm so good. Man, I should be hired for like a game dev position. So I'm gonna make a public bool blocks spawn equals false. Now, block spawn is going to be a very interesting tag because what it's doing is it's basically saying, is it preventing spawn? Blocks spawn, or e dot block spawn equals true. So it can't spawn on the player, which I mean I'm gonna make it do something else. It cannot spawn on the wall, and interesting furniture problem. Hittable is different than furniture. I don't think it should be able to spawn on hittables. I might need to make something for furniture, but we'll get back to that. So where is my find valid position? So we're basically going to say for each var a in or b in a. So in other words, for everything you've overlapped, if I'm not sure the right way to write that. Oh, I got it. All right. So we're gonna say var ob equals get object type of b dot game object false. That's not false. False. Because I believe that takes in the boolean of no get the component. We don't want it to get the component. We just want to get the type. And then I say if ob dot block spawn bool failed equals false. Failed equals true because it means that you failed to do it, and we can break. And then I basically just say if you failed to place because there was something that blocks the spawn, then we are going to say x equals find valid pos. Origin room. This is the power of recursion because that basically I think completes it. What I do want to do, if failed, yeah, but I can also say, I'm going to put this up here, and I can also say if dist, do I have a dist method already in here? Okay, random functions dot instance dot dist between x and shit. Now for multiplayer, this isn't going to work. But it should be fine. So essentially, if the enemy tries to spawn within a radius of 5 units of the player, then what's going to happen is I'm going to say failed equals true. And else, it runs this piece of work. So essentially what this is doing is it's trying to find states in which it fails. And if it fails, then it rerolls it. Now, I pray, because this should be fine, I pray this won't cause an infinite loop. However, recursion can be tricky because it's pretty easy to like with recursion and while loop, not while loops. With recursion, it's pretty easy to accidentally do something that repeats infinitely. I have saved my progress, so I should just be. I mean, I didn't actually change anything in the scene that would not be saved. But let's take a look. You can see the enemies. I mean, they're spawning in all right. That's for certain. They did spawn in, and I can't really tell. Did I just see 2 enemies spawn in at the same time? I hope not. But whatever the case, you can essentially see the outcome of whatever I've done is the exact same as what the game was like previously, right? Like literally, I mean, there is no tangible difference for the player of what has changed, other than that enemies won't just spawn on top of you. Um, but for me as the game dev, what this change allows me to do is something quite dramatic. That's a nice crit, by the way. Now that the position is already found when I'm spawning in the thingy, right? We actually don't want to do this. Or actually we do, but something different is going to happen. So this piece of work actually, I don't know how to put this. The Nah, it should be fine. I'm just thinking of a potential case in which this could break. But basically what I want to do is I want to have like an animation play before enemies spawn in. Maybe like I was thinking like a purple particle kind of coalescing together to form the enemy. I don't fucking know. Whatever the case though, this all essentially serves to make the enemies smaller. Now what I yeah, hold on. So I'm trying to think of a good way to make it so that enemies are like Gucci Gang, y'all. Um, start coroutine. Public eye enumerator. Uh, public bool has spawned equals false. Has spawned equals true. Yield return null, just so it stops yelling at me. Spawning lol, so it stops yelling at me. Well, I mean, I'm also going to do that anyway, but we're doing some things. So this, like, your dinner is done. Your part, at least. Also, homie, you have to fish now? Also, homie, I have fish now. I thought for a second you said you have two fish now. And I was like, that's a really odd time to go fishing. But having fish is kind of neat, I do say. Um, well, that's derailed my train of thought. Nope. No, I'm back. All right. So I've got this spawning thing, but it doesn't do anything as of yet. It's just kind of starting. You got him in an aquarium. Well, goddamn, he got him in an aquarium and a couple of fake plants. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Fakey wakey plants. So I basically I want to make him like fade in. God, my voice cracked so hard just then. That was nuts. I want to make them fade in into existence, but first step, I need to make them stop doing things. At, if is or has spawned. So in other words, if you haven't spawned, just stop. Just don't. Also, same thing on fixed update. If you have spawned, don't. What? Hold on. Hold on. That can go away, because it no longer does that. Whoa, whoa. Okay, you've been sending some messages. I turned on his light after putting the plants in. I think it was the first time he noticed them because he just freaked out for a sec. I think in his mind the world went dark, then became bright again, and there were plants. I mean, I'd be pretty fucking freaked out if the lights turned off, and then they turned back on, but my environment was different. You know, there's suddenly some gigantic plants around. I'd be pretty freaked by that. I'd be freaking, you could say. Um, so right now, this is doing not a whole lot, because enemies are still spawning in. I need to find the thing that's setting the material. Somewhere in here. There we go. No. Wait, is this running? Oh, it's on a current project. Current document. Really? These trees just appear in the front yard. Is it an entity? What? What? Hold on. So, when something takes damage, you know that it, like, flashes a white color. And that's because I'm assigning the material to be a different material for about 0.1 seconds. What? Hold on. It might be a thing in Gamer that's holding the materials. It's probably a list in Gamer that holds the materials, if I'm correct. Let's take a look. So, list of something, material array, sexx. Of course. So this is what I should be looking for in NTOXS. Lo and behold, we found them. So, this piece of work code. What the actual fuck? It's so stupid. Okay. So, whatever color is... So it gets the color on start, and it's either making it pure white, or it's doing this. And it's setting the material to this, but this is running constantly. My man said check dims. He sent me some dims, alright. He sent me fish. He sent me fish. Shark. Shark. And fish tank. Yeah. That's a fish tank. That's a fish tank, alright. I mean, I don't really have anything I can say to this. It's definitely a fish tank. Oh, okay, hold on. Damage timer minus equals this. I might... If the fish noticed me putting its plants in, would have attacked... It would have attacked you? What, the shark? They're very territorial. Uh-huh. I'm trying to think of how I can bet... I essentially, I need to make it not do this. I need to make it not do that. I think I've got it. Public bool do anti-dye. So anti-dye juice. So if you have anti-dye juice, then don't do anything when you get hit. That's what it's doing. And also, it says, or it's also going to go back over to here. If anti-dye juice, return. Effectively, stop doing all this stuff. Just stop. It just does not... I'm ranting about fish because it's the new lore of your life right now. I mean, yeah, fish. But anti-dye juice, all I've got to do is say I put that on to true. That's all I got to do. So I now go back to add this. Do I have a reference to the NDXS? I do. Perfecto. Because it means I can say NDXS anti... So what did I call it? Well, this isn't very helpful now, is it? I can't reference. I have to say this dot. Oh, yeah. This dot. You can't tell me this is... Name can be simplified my ass. No, it can't. Because it is the same name. That's just a blatant lie. Anyway, main objective, fish. Yeah. Dot anti-dye juice equals true. Side objective? Wow, way to do them dirty like that. I can't believe this. I cannot believe it. Awake. Oh, I already have a reference to Want a Sprite Cranberry. Well, lucky me. Want a Sprite Cranberry? It's so fucking stupid. Just my naming conventions. Why did I name the sprite renderer Want a Sprite? My sprite renderer is Want a Sprite Cranberry. I mean, it kind of makes sense because they're both sprites, but it's crazy. So, we're going to say Want a Sprite Cranberry dot color. I'm going to yoink the color var. C equals this for color, obviously. And then I say C dot A equals 0. And Want a Sprite Cranberry dot color equals that. At this point, why even bother? Don't do this. I'll say new color 32. Don't do this. And then I can do 120, 0, 255, 0. In case you don't know what color that is, it's a nice purple color that I like. 120, 0, 55. It's this color. That's the color that I just picked. It's just a nice like base color of purple that I think is enjoyment. It looks nice, I think. So it's the color I'm going with. This is just a temporary color anyway. So basically this is just setting it, and then I'm going to say for and I equals 0. I is less than 50. How long I don't know how long I want them to spawn in for. Like, how long do I want it to take an enemy, any given enemy, to go from you can see it to... oh, he's gonna keep me like, in the loop. Can I do 75? Does that divide nicely? It doesn't. Kind of what I figured, but... I want it to be a nice round number so that there's no rounding, or there's no prominent rounding errors. So I think 80 works. I is less than 50, I plus plus, and then I can say, for every one of these, c.a plus equals this value. What, shit the, why doesn't this work? What? What? Okay, buddy. That's a new one. So color 32 uses bytes, whereas oh, my man's updating me about stuff. I'll keep you updated in DMs about objective lore. So I'm not seeing fish in that last message. I mean, that's their response to the fish, but I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, what I can do is I can do your yield return new wait for fixed update. So essentially what this is doing is it's... oh wait, I gotta... yeah, okay. I'll do this so that it actually makes sense. But basically it's waiting a 50th of a second, increasing this, setting the color. Waiting 50th of a second, setting this, increasing the color. This should make them fade in from purple. Wait, did I set anti-dye to false? No, I didn't. I set it... equals new color 255, 255, 255, 255. Actually, even better. Var C or C2 equals right color. Essentially, it's just pasting the color. Mm-hmm. So if we can get a reading on the enemies that spawn in, they should hopefully not do anything for about a second before spawning in. Oh. Uh. Oh, yeah. That would happen, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. I forgot it's not a color overlay. That's kind of annoying, actually. It's it's multiplying the colors. You can see the skeletons they spawn in, like, they're not doing what I want, is essentially what's the problem. And it has to do with this wanna sprite cranberry. Um I'm trying to think of a good way I can explain it. Basically, the color is being, if you know color multiplication, it's multiplying the color of the base image with the color I picked, which is very clearly not what we want because it's doing the wrong thing. You could tell, I could tell, everyone can tell, it's a problem. The only solution I can think of. Oh man, I've just thought of something cursed as hell. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. Give me a minute to cook. So, var a equals add component. Component. Can I not do that? Get component. I thought there was a thing that lets you add component. Am I going crazy? Add. It might not just be called add component. Component unity. What? 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 Uh. Do I need to reference the game object? What? That's wild. Okay. Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out. A dot sprite equals wanna sprite cranberry dot sprite. And then a dot material equals gamer dot instance a. No, I don't remember. I think it's sexx, but I don't remember which material in sexx. I need to go access this. Hold on. Let me cook for a second. I think I've got something brewing. This might be the fix to all of our very needy problems. So sexx, it's coom most likely. So that's 1. I should have guessed it was 1, to be honest, with 0 being the default, knowing my own practices. So instead of doing this dot color equals C, I do this, right? Equals C2. And then I wanna sprite cranberry dot enabled. So remove component. Game object dot remove no. Oh, I can do destroy. Yeah. I forgot you just do destroy. You destroy the fucking sprite renderer that I'm attaching. Yeah, I see. You said Miles' new fish lore drop, show in stream Giles. This video? What about it? Do I need the audio for this? I'm not gonna put the audio on. So my man's got a catfish, a very real, oh no, that's something. eject is a catfish, so it does make sense. I mean, he's just saying what the fuck while looking at catfish. I mean, fish video. I mean, yeah, it's shark catfish. He usually chill. I'd pick a fight with it. Anyway, all this crazy ass shit is, this is some nuts stuff. So, as far as I can tell, I don't need that. I don't need that. This might just work. This might just work. It's just very cursed. I do say. Did you just say you think your fish likes being sucked? Yeah, that's to be fair. What? 61. What? What? Uh, uh, huh? Hold on, let me just... Uh, that was... zoom... Wait. I don't even know. So many things need fix. Okay. That was not the fix I wanted it to be. Something in here does not exist. And I'm telling you now, it's probably not this. I think it's pretty safe to say that the enemies have an image on them. I think that's a pretty safe bet. Let's go to the enemies and take a look. So if I say want a sprite cranberry, it equals their sprite renderer. They only have the one. And then I add a new sprite renderer. Wait for fixed update. If I wait a 50th of a second. That could be the solution. That very well could be the solution, because, I don't know. Unity's kind of whack like that. It needs a bit of time to acclimate to the changes. And this very well could be the solution, which would be incredibly fucking stupid. It was not. I have no idea what it could possibly not be having here. Wait. What? You can't have two sprite renderers on one game object? Jesus. Alright, I didn't know that. That's crazy. Alright. I kind of thought game objects could have more than one of that component. Get that, because what if you want... I can just make a child thing that spawns in. I can basically just say, yeah, hold on. Create 2D object, sprite, square. Except your color is going to be at nothing. It's going to have no alpha. So it's invisible. Anyway, this stupid fucking square is gonna go into my enemies. And this is going to be spawn fix. And public game object. Spawn fix, so I'll put spawn fix in there, so I can now get I really need to make like a list of game objects or something, because at this point it's getting a bit nuts with the amount of references that I'm randomly creating for things like this, but it doesn't matter as of yet. So, spawn fix, where are you? Right there. So I can go shunk you into here, and then I can go back over to nav mesh component, nav mesh renderer, no, nav mesh entity, yes. So instead of doing add component, as I was doing, where I add it to this game object, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say instantiate gamer.instance dot spawn fix transform.position transform.rotation transform dot get component sprite renderer. Okay, so what I've effectively done is I just make a oh wait. Okay, what I've effectively done is I just spawn in a child object which has the renderer component on it. That's it. That's all I'm doing. Because it was like, no, you can't have multiple sprite renderers in the same object. Like, fuck you, man. Did I type this color wrong? Why is it pink? Oh. Yeah. This is a color. It takes them as floats, so it thinks it has a red value of 120 times the normal red value. This is stupid. This is some pretty shit code right there. Making it a new color 32 and then converting it into a color. Oh man. But that's gonna work. I don't know if I should be jumping with joy or crying that works. As you can see, it's now the correct, like, purple color, right? So the enemies spawn in, they have the correct color, and then I can go beat them up. And I didn't actually see, do they still have the white flash that happens? They do. Okay, that's good. I was like, I kind of wanted to keep that, because it actually doesn't look too bad. And it's not exactly worth my time to fix it, because it just doesn't matter to fix. I think their default material or something is somehow being set incorrectly. Very likely from the entity OXS component. I bet the damage timer starts as 0.1 or something. That's very likely what it is, which would cause that. It doesn't matter, though, because, I mean, as you can see, the enemies, they wait a second before actually existing. And they fade into purple, right? And what I want to do is I want to add some kind of, like, particle that's also doing something there. Yeah, right? So, we're part way there. We're part way there. We're getting there. We're part way there. Now what we gotta do is make a particle effect. Now, I think I have, yeah, a particelle. Where the fuck do I have a particle manager? Manager. Do I have a spawn particle method? So let's check, because I genuinely can't remember. It's been a while since I've coded. You could say it's been a month, but it actually hasn't. It's been less than a month, because I was away for a week and then I was away for 3 days, and I did a bit of coding during that time. But where the fuck is furniture? I don't think I have it open, so I'm just gonna go find it. Script. Sorry, it's in furniture. Because I just know in here. Okay, it's just directly spawning the particle. All right, that's good to know. Because I couldn't remember if I actually had dedicated method for it. Oh, you can see some early image for the skeleton, although it's very blurry right now. Is there no way to change it to nearest neighbor? Shut the fuck up. I just... Zoom preference? I don't know. Whatever the case. You can see I originally had given him like little stumpy legs and arms, but they looked dumb. So I fixed it by removing them, and it actually looks better for it. Anyway, so I want to make some kind of particle effect. So let's go to particles, and we have a few of them. Particle asset. I don't need that one. So this is the skelly one. It does this. Right? It's literally just doing this thing. What I'm gonna Control C, Control V. You, Mr. Skelly. Let's get out of here and let's rename you to spawning in. So I want to make some kind of thing. Wow, that was a generic statement by me. I want to make some kind of thing. Well, no shit. Where's my sprite renderer default? Do I not have a thing that just renders a circle? What the... Okay, hold on. So, balls 3. This is using slash shadering. I don't want that. Balls 4, this uses slash alpha. That's what I want. So, slash alpha. Create material. Actually, I can just Control C, Control V balls 4. But I select this one to be purple. I think. We'll see how that looks. I might need to make it like the slightly less big one. But my point with this, I really should just make this loop. Looping, yes. So you can see it do this for a bit. What I wanted to do, wrong renderer. Yeah, okay. You can see that they're slightly transparent. They're not actually full transparency. Wait. Oh, it might be color over lifetime. Yeah, it's color over lifetime. You can see they become less more I don't know. This they're spawning like this. This I need to spawn them, let's say 0. Oh wait, no. Let's make it the same color. 120 0 255. So now they're the exact same kind of weird fucky purple color. So the emission should not be burst. It should be rate over time. And I want to make I've got to change a lot of like parameters about this. Force over lifetime, color over lifetime is fine, size over lifetime. I might invert this. That's the same one. I do this, right? So they start small, get big. Rotation over lifetime doesn't fucking matter. It's a circle. Remove random rotation. Start rotation constant because it's a circle. I don't want to deal with it while I'm looking at it in here. So it's really the emission shape, which should be a edge. Oh man. I don't know where this goes. I don't know where it's going, to be honest. Well, I'll just trust the fact that it's an edge. Can I rotate it 90? Well, that makes it so I can't see it. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. How it... I just want to make it face towards the... Fine, fine. What if I did, like... circle? 90. What? As opposed to edge? Oh, is edge just like a line? I thought it was a circle that it was the outline of. Circle. Huh. Spherized direction. I don't know what the fuck some of this stuff is doing. Anyway, what I came here to do was basically just say to spawn them in a circle randomly. Oh, radius thickness. So this should spawn them on the edge, and then I make the radius X big. It doesn't really exactly matter how big it is, because I can always modify the scale with this, which I believe affects the scales of particles, right? No? Damn. Whatever. I can... Does it... This the one? Oh, that's the one that affects the scale of the part. I can always just come back and change these scales whenever I need to. It's not about them being big, it's about getting their properties correct. So velocity over lifetime. These should be constant, and it shouldn't be going up. Now you can see it's spawning in the circle, but what I wanted to do is... I mean... You can... Maybe you can see what I'm going for here. Radial. Like this. Yes. Okay, okay. Color over lifetime. Actually, it should do this. Anyway, so like if I was able to like view this with it doesn't fucking matter, does it? It doesn't matter. Basically it's like coalescing them in the middle here. And I think that's kind of a neat effect. Yeah. It's like spawning them in. I don't know how many is like a good amount. I'll do 15. So we have 15, and I can always reduce this or change these as needed. Now, we have this particle effect. And... Okay, so I have some things I need to do. So, I don't want it to loop. You can see what this will do. This will make it go for 1 second. But I think that's because the simulation speed is a bit faster. Yeah. I wonder... Hold on. What's their lifetime looking like? 1.1. So actually, what's 80 divided by 50? 1.6 seconds. So they have a life... So it takes 1.6 seconds for them to do this. So now by doing this, I can better do this. So radial is like -8 probably. I mean... Ooh, I kind of like the swirl. Yeah, okay. The swirl's good. So we've got this kind of wacky-ass particle that kind of coalesces when they spawn. And all I've got to do is essentially... Because this has the part shit thing, lifetime of 2. Type is spawn, spawner, edit script, doesn't matter. I just wanted to get into here. And I do another instantiation, but this time, this is like the exact same thing, except instead of getting these components and doing this, we're just spawning it and throwing it into the void, because this one is going to be not just anything, it's going to be my balls thing. And it's going to do gamer.instance, no, hey, instance, I can type dot particles spawns 3. I think is the correct index. I haven't added it into there, but I'm guessing 3 is the right index. Where's particles? Hey, particle. So let's take a look at network manager. Particles. Yep, do it. And I think that will be the enemy spawning particles. Correct. Or done. I haven't gotten the scale, which I should have checked the why. Oh my god. Reloading script scale. What did I do? Okay. I clicked it again somehow. I probably should have checked the scale. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I was worried that it might be too big or something. So let's have a look when we start a thing. It's oh, it's offset because yeah. Hold on. That's from the particle. That's from the previous thing where they spawn slightly below it. Yeah. Save. I might I might also make their default transparency a bit. There you go. All right, let's take a look at this. I might reduce their ending size because they did feel a bit big when I was taking a look at them. I kind of want them to be slightly more particle-y. Oh, oh, dude. That's kind of nice. Boink. Not... Okay. So let's do some modifications now that I've seen this in-game. Number one thing that's most important. We need to make these actually, like, better. So, number one thing to do. 3D start size, reduce this. I think they shouldn't be as big. Next thing. Color over lifetime. What I can do is I can do this, and which kind of tints them towards a specific coloration. Nah, I won't do it. Can't tempt me. Or maybe you can. I don't fucking know. Whatever the case, fixed, blend, whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to think of basically they were too hard to see, and they kind of looked like they were disappearing before they got to it. I also want to try what the velocity. I want to try getting rid of this one just to see how that feels, because it did feel a bit weird that they were always rotating the same way. Wait. If I did random between two constants, and I said like 1 and 2, or like 1 and -1. Oh. Oh, no, I like that. Where like they're kind of like schmoofing in. I don't know what a schmoof is, but that's what they're doing. So I basically need to also increase this to like 8. And you might be like, but they get stuck there. But no, that's inside the thing that they're coalescing. So it actually looks like, I mean, also because they have low transparency at that point, so it doesn't matter nearly as much. Let's have a look. Let's have a look-see, shall we? Oh, yeah. I don't know. It's nice. I don't know how to describe it. I might make it fade into another color while it's spawning them in. Because just being the same shade of purple seems a bit bland. But yeah, I am quite enjoying this effect. So they no longer just like, I mean, they're still appearing out of nowhere, but they look cool while doing it. And honestly, that's the most important thing. It's not that they're just appearing out of nowhere, it's that they look cool while doing it. And that's a philosophy to live by, if I do say so myself. Um, so what can we do to make this slightly cooler? Well, we already know that we have this particle effect. It'd be nice if I could select it without the gizmo, but I don't think there is, because I don't have them active right now. Yeah. It'd be nice if I could select them without seeing this orange outline around them all, because it makes it hard to see, but I think we're fine. I don't know what the editor is. Oh. Oh, close editor, bring it back. It's just like a separate menu that has all the same stuff in it. So you just take it out, and I don't exactly know why you'd need this. Maybe it's useful. I'm gonna try increasing the like zooming nature of them, and then slightly reduce the radial amount, but increase the starting transparency, and then color over lifetime. Here we go. So if I start this as 120, 0, 255, right? And I start this as white, then it should be the same. Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah, no, because it's fading also to white right now. But what I could do is I could have it, like, do this. I don't know if green is the correct option, but we can have this kind of purple-blue theme going on with the enemies. That is an interesting through line, actually. Having this kind of, like, because we already have a similar through line with the player's health and soul, right? We have this kind of light blue and purple, and when you're collecting stuff, it's kind of light blue and purple. And now, when enemies spawn in, it's this light blue and purple. I mean, the purple is less obvious. I might need to flip around the color order. So, okay, yeah, let's flip around these color orderings. Wrong particle system. So, instead of... Where's my color over lifetime? So, I think it should start that color and become purple over time. I want it to be obvious that it's both, but I can't tell when a good point for transition will be. This will have to probably be like a feel thing, because I want it to be clear that it's both blue and purple. You know, it starts off small and blue, but then grows to be kind of purpley. Let's see how this looks. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it. Dude, this is, like, thematic. I didn't even do it on purpose. I just happen to like these colors. So, the way enemies spawn in, the things they drop when they die, and your health, all are now kind of thematically connected to each other through the color scheme. Oh, that's fucking nice. Oh, I like that, actually. This is a big win. I just took a shit ton of damage. I think this is a big W right here. Because now, things are actually kind of consistent. They have, like, internal consistency. If it was any other color, I mean, it could be fine. But the fact that it's the same color as the mysterious thing they drop when they die, and also the same color as the, as the health, I think that's just some really nice theming. And I think spitters need to be changed, because they are kind of annoying. I think they're less fun than they could be, and maybe it's just because their aim kind of sucks. They just kind of feel a bit meh. I might change their code so they try to stay closer to the player instead of as far as they do right now. Because currently spitters actually do try to keep a quite big distance. Did I get almost entirely rats? That's kind of funny. I haven't made like enemy waiting. So the same enemies are spawning every time. It's just picking a random one out of the three. So I can get, for example, this layout, and it's equally likely as any other one. But the spitter AI kind of sucks. It tries to stay quite far from the player, which I think is kind of a detriment, to be honest. So I might try to bring it a bit closer. And also, is it just being slow or is it just not moving? Yeah, you can see it's just not moving. Yeah, I might make the enemy sweet spot for the spitter a bit closer to the player so that it's not so far. It makes sense, but I think maybe it should be like right there or something. It just seems out of reach. Like you have to go out of your way to fight it, and it's not in the fray as much, and it likes to run up against corners because of this, because you have to go chase it. So, this will be a slight change to the thing, which I can do presumably in here. So, anything in here. This is the... Okay, that's not what we want. I think. I don't think that's it. Maybe it is. That doesn't seem accurate. It seems inaccurate, that one. I don't think I can just change that one number and it'll be good. Maybe I will. We'll find out. So the spitter enemy should now presumably... Oh, that was it. Okay. So now the spitter enemy, it stays like at a distance compared... Okay, I just died because I was not paying attention to the enemies. But it still stays at a distance compared to the other enemies, whereas the other ones will always go directly, or semi-directly towards you. The spitter will actually decide to keep its distance, although it's not nearly as much of a distance as it was before. So there should be less problems with them running into walls as you chase them. Also, the chase should feel less annoying since they are already trying to stay somewhat close. They're trying to stay away, but not infinitely far as they were before. Or not, they weren't infinitely far, but they were like twice as far. I'm thinking about the enemies spawning. I don't know if I want to make it quicker. I think it's fine as is, to be honest. Like the speed-wise. I need to add some kind of like tell or animation or something for the spitter when it's about to shoot, because currently it just kind of does. Boink. And it feels very meh. So it should probably have some bounce back to it, like it knocks it back. So that'll be a note to myself. Add spitter shooting tells. Also, slight enemy back when shooting. So that's just some stuff that I was observing that I could make the game better with. Some things I could do to improve the quality. Now, Source Garino, my man, he's here, supposedly. I mean, he says he's online. And he said, please keep the stream running for an hour and a half so I can watch it when I'm home. And the stream is at 1 hour and 28 minutes. I think it's time to duel. Your chat isn't loading. What a bad excuse for not being already here. Source said it worked. He's here. That's nuts. That's crazy. Source Garino, we've done some work. It's been a lot of wacky stuff. I've been talking about stuff, I've been theorizing, I've been coming up with random ideas that I'm for later streams, but the most important one, that the thing that I've spent the past bit doing, is now whenever you go to this and enemies spawn in, they have this cool little particle animation and they fade in. It's all great. I should actually probably check if you can damage enemies while they're spawning in. I kind of wrote that code, but I didn't test it. It took longer than expected to drive home. I mean, you gave me the exact time estimate. Okay, I think the enemy was just able to hit me just then, even though it shouldn't be. I still need to test out a lot of this stuff. It's very, I want to say experimental, but that feels too finished for the thing that it is. Okay, I don't think you can hit them while they're, spawning in. you might be able to get hit by the rat. Um, and I think I know why. Hold on. So, enemy hit shit. On trigger enter. If... Do I really? Really? This doesn't... Oh my god, okay. Public, nav mesh entity. If sex balls is not equal to null, and wait, that's outside? Hey, get in there. Rectum. Return. Sorry, okay, there we go. So, I just need to assign that now, and it should be good. Basically, what just happened is the enemy, let's see if I can find him. Enemies, because I gotta do this anyway. So this has a little hitbox in front of it. Can I not? I don't have gizmos. It has this little box in front of it that it rotates around itself. And this is how it detects if it's hit a player. The thing is, though, this spawns enabled, and it kind of, and I think the way I made it is that it does, and that it immediately disables it. Because I turned off that code, the thing was just kind of existing there, but the code for hitting the player was still running, which we don't want. So what I'm going to do is literally just throw that on there. So now it won't do that. Same thing with you. I think this one has a slight similar thing. So you get on there too. And now they will not be able to damage you if you walk into them while they're spawning in. And that's the change. So now, while an enemy spawns in, I'm just going to rush towards it the second I see one. This is why I need the dash. I don't think you can be damaged. I don't think so. It doesn't feel like something that would be the case. Maybe I should add like a little indication between what's the player taking damage and what's the enemies taking damage, or a distinction between the hit indicators. I was just noticing that when the enemies take damage and when the players take damage, it's the same visual effect of the red number floating in the air. And I mean, if the enemies manage to crit you, which I actually don't know if they can. I can't remember if I let them or not, if they have the 1% crit. Essentially, the numbers look the same. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Or is it Jason? I don't remember the meme. The number looks the same for when I take damage and for when the enemies take damage. And honestly, it's fine. This isn't really something that needs to change. I was just noticing it in the heat of battle. It was Mason. It was Mason. Well, Source is the authority here. In the heat of battle, the numbers look the same, and it's very hard to tell if you are taking, like when you take a bit of damage and you're in the bunch, and you're taking, there's a bunch of damage ticks around. It's very hard to tell, which is which. Are you thanking me for noticing your authority on this situation? Alright. One thing I probably am gonna do between streams is draw these fucking doors, because I need to. It's genuinely annoying me that there's just this white box here. It's fine that it's there. I mean, because it does its job, and functionally speaking, it's going to be the exact same with or without the door, but it just looks really ugly, I think, with the white box contrasting to everything else, which kind of has textures. Now, real quick, where is the thing? I cannot for the life of me remember where it is. Render holder. You fucker. Where is the thing that holds this? Unless I don't... Oh no. Wait. Wait, what? Hold on. Yeah, I know the combat looks good. Like, a significant portion of the development time of this game has been spent on the combat and making it look good and feel good to do, because that's the thing you're going to be doing a lot, and I want it to be good. That's the thing. I think I found the problem, guys. this was this is a my bad kind of thing, I think. But the this really sucks. Fuck. All right. So, you know how there's camera smoothing, right? This is something I've introduced recently, but basically it because I've zoomed in, now the pixels look really fucked, but you basically can see that it's not snapping anymore like it used to. Um that's the only way I can describe what it's doing at the moment. You can see that instead, like in each one of these chunky pixels on the player, it's not like snapping to the next place and snapping to the next place. You can see it's like slinking along, it's moving, it's doing it slowly, right? But this is actually technically an illusion because what I'm doing is I'm offsetting the entire thing. Because what's happening is it is still snapping. I'm just also offsetting the entire apparatus by a slight margin. Right? I'm offsetting it by a slight amount, which makes it, which means in the in-betweens, between when the snapping happens, it's still moving, which makes it look smooth. It gives the illusion of being smooth, and that's what we want. That's fine. The problem is that this thing over here should not be moving. But because it is being rendered alongside the rest of the background, so even though it isn't actually snapping, the thing that's causing the illusion of camera smoothing is now doing this. So that's a fucking stupid problem that I'm gonna have to fix. And anyway, Source just sent me a thing, said, by the way, Ox, rate your current shop. It is a UI element, yes. The thing is, though, it's using this pixelated effect, which I was previously leapfrogging off the fact that that one of these cameras, where is it? Main camera. One of these cameras, I believe, is doing the render texture. I think it's Sex camera is the one. Yeah, the main one. You can see that, and then Sex camera would have the player in it, right there. But Sex camera has everything else, and you can see that that thing is in there. So basically, I need to make, uh, all right. So take a look at this. So this is a Sex camera. So this one will be sexy wee. I think Sweex camera will be a good name for it because that's basically what it's doing. It's essentially doing the exact same thing as this, except I need it to not go to the same render texture. So where's the render texture? Output, render texture, wait a minute. New render texture 1. New render texture, the same one again. Y'all don't even want to know. So this is just the exact same, right? Literally just Control-C, Control-V kind of thing. Now, the reason... Wait. Stop. Hammer time. I don't know if I can Control-Z the creation of this, but what actually happens... Hold on. So you could see Sex cameras rendering the UI, which I don't want it to do. I'm going to go tell it to not do that. So where is this? I think it's in Chunky Canvas. This has the tag of UI. Whereas normal render is tagged with Sex layer. So I'll just make the Sex camera mixed not UI. And this one is nothing but UI. So this one is only for the UI. Why don't I see it? Oh, wait. Smart. There we go. Okay. What the fuck does this do? What is this doing? I mean... This is such a stupid thing that I've just done, but I've basically now have two cameras that are rendering to the same render texture. Yeah, I kind of figured that wouldn't work, but... That is because I did tell it to try rendering everything. What if I only told it to run UI? Oh boy. Well, now you can see the thing below. It's been revealed for the shitty poopy fart that it is. But that's I think wait. What's rendering this? Oh, it's going to the new render. I wanted to go to new render texture one. It's overwriting the old render texture, which is not what we want. So what I can do is I can take this raw image, which is the old new render texture, and I put this on it. I give it a new coat of paint, so to speak. And because this is the UI that's meant to render on top of the other stuff, that actually completely works. And it shouldn't be jittering around anymore. Hopefully. Okay, we've got good news and bad news. The good news is that it's rendering. The bad news, I don't think this is how it looked before. I'm not an expert, but something about that looks a wee bit different. Did I, like, mess with it while I wasn't looking? Oh. Oh. That's evil. All right, I've just figured out what's happening here. Yikes. That's crazy. All right, all right. So, you see how this renders with a blue background? And this thing is transparent? I'm pretty certain that this blue is coming from this blue. So, is... Oh my god. Oh. Oh, oh, that... I hate that. Why is that a thing? Oh man, alright. I don't... I don't want to deal with that. That's crazy. Alright. Well, it works now. That's all that matters, I guess. Can I just make it transparent? Like, uninitialized. What do you do? That's the wrong one. You. Uninitialized. Uh, I might need to start and stop it to see what this does. It looks nice with a black background. Yeah, I know, because that's how it was intended to look. I... Well... Well... I've deleted the player. Um... I do not know where the player went. Wait, hold on. I wasn't even... Is it jittering? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be because it's no longer in render holder. Um, it's no longer jittering. Yeah, okay. So where the fuck is this player? So player is still being rendered to sex, and it's still being shown to this, and it's still going to render texture 1. That's the correct one. And then this is render texture 1. So what's the problem? What's the problem here? This is going to make the player jitter around, I know, but... What? Wait a minute. What? Oh my... Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Wait. That wasn't it? Uh-oh. Uh-huh. We've got a problem. So, apparently, this, as far as I know, is the determinant factor. Okay, this is crazy. Look at this. So I started up. Why is it here? But I remove this. Huh? What? What? Is it because it's uninitialized? Like, if I put it back to the skybox, give me my raw image back. Is it's uninitialized? Save. Let's put it back to skybox. Oh man, this is some crazy ass stuff. What the fuck? Why is it not blue anymore? What is going on? Remember how this was blue before? I set it to render skybox. It's not the circle that's fucked, Source. That's the you're looking at the symptom, not the cause. It's the cameras that are. It's the rendering, the what it's doing. That's nuts. Anyway, it's been fixed. That. I'm at a loss for words, to be honest. I'm kind of worded out. But you can see it's properly doing it. It's properly moving around. Oh god. That was abhorrent. So I want to fix something. I have a hacky fix for it, but I really hate it. The way that the chunky camera works is it has this stupid I even called it camera anchor bald because it does this. I don't like this. I think it's stupid. So can I get rid of it? But not just get rid of it. No. Bind it to the bottom left. Please. I beg of thee. This was there was a bug with it before where it well, that's not good. Oh, yeah, because it's a render texture and the render texture is a fixed fucking length. Yeah, okay. That would explain why that's there. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna start coroutine. Um, public enumerator. Fuck. Just I just wanna run aheg a few times. Don't mind this. This is nothing to see here. This is just some fixing of some UI stuff. Yield return new wait for seconds 0.5. Okay, so now it waits a half second between when the game starts and when it does an automatic refresh. I think there was a bug before, maybe also from... I think there's a bug that's like when I full screen the game, it doesn't properly update it. So I wanted to try fixing that. Yeah, now it's there. It's actually good. Oof. Alright. And if you change the... That's the only thing I'm not the biggest fan of. is if you change your aspect ratio, it doesn't update dynamically. But is it worth sacrificing the very slight amount of performance? I genuinely don't know. This was the stupid fuck. That was the stupid fix. I wanted to know, does it still break? I think it does. Which is sad. Because it shouldn't. Yeah. Look, you can see I'm spamming this, but look at the, I guess I could say epilepsy warning, whatever, it doesn't. If you look at that while I do this, you can see it's shifting around. It's so dumb that that's a thing. I don't know, I don't like it. It's whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, it does not matter. Why does it not matter? Because I don't really care. Cause it works now. Everything is back to being good. There is no more problems, hopefully. I pray. And it's no longer fucking jittering around because of the mouse or because of the smoothing. Now, interesting side effect of this. The pixels of this no longer directly line up with the pixels of the background because it isn't doing the smoothing anymore. Or I guess you could say it's because it's no longer being rendered in the same camera and the other camera's having its thing kind of shifted around. These pixels no longer perfectly line up. I mean, you can make it so they perfectly line up, but like 99% of the time they won't line up anymore, but who's gonna care, to be honest? I don't think anyone's gonna care at all. They're tiny. It's just kind of funny, like more than likely, yeah, you can see this one's like about as bad offset as you can get. But yeah, that's the thing. No problems, trust. Sources, he's got it in the bag with that statement. And if we take a look at these, I mean, that's done. Now, everything else, might need a bit of extra stuff because I just did those three we've knocked out of the ballpark. Source, so I think you've seen Dylan's video that he asked me to watch. How much of it have you seen? I don't know. Oh wait, this is the wrong section. This is the videos. How much have you seen of his what? A cruel and unusual competition video? Because I was asked by him to watch this. I think you already know this. That I was asked by him to watch it on stream. I don't know. Maybe you've seen the whole thing. Well, that's an L. You say it's good. You say it's good. Well, I might save it for another time when Eject is here then, because I think he died. I don't know what happened to him. Because if you've already seen it, then it might be better to get me and Eject's reactions to it at the same time. So I'm gonna save it for then. You mean Eject? No. He snorted. Oh yeah, he did snort. He snorted too much salt and he passed away while skydiving, no less. I do have to agree. This is something we could potentially do. This one would be kind of chill to do. Same with this one, to be honest. Make menus not die when clicking, lol. Same with a lot of things need to be disabled while you're in a menu. Rip and piss. That's great. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. I'm gonna steal that. Where's Dylan? I'm gonna go say my man hasn't been responding for 7 years. Rip and piss. Yo, my man. Yo, man. You haven't responded for like 7 years. Rip and piss. I'm shamelessly stealing that. I don't know why I find that pretty funny, but it's tickling my funny bone. It's tickling my boner, you could say. It's just amazing. So I have a couple extra things laid out here. I also have a couple extra things laid out on my various supplemental documents here. I probably should close this because I don't know why that's open still. Um, I also don't need Grimoire's thing open. Wait, I can combine these two things. One sec. Schwink. There we go. I'm trying to get rid of some of these like random things I have open that I don't really need. Like when I was looking up Unity scripting stuff, I can close this tab, but I was listening to music with it, so who knows. Imitation is the greatest form of flat. This is the second time you've said this to me. Although now the roles are reversed, I should say, because this time I'm the one imitating you. Last time you were the one imitating me. So I guess it comes full circle. What goes around comes around. The wheels on the bus go round and round. Might try to do this one. Make menus not die when clicking lol. So thing I wanna address with this one is these aren't actually adjusting to the size of the screen, and my voice cracked again. Quality stuff. What the thing is that I'm talking about is when you're in this menu, if you move around, the camera still swings around, which is quite distracting. I think at least. I think it's a bit wacky, but there's also another thing. Sorry, I don't mind that. Anyway, who just dicksword me? Source dicksword me. Source said, "Does this code make sense?" Let's find out, shall we? I already don't like Source. I already hate you. What the f- I'm speechless by that. I I know what this is doing. You're checking if any two are the same, right? You're checking if 1 is 2, if it's 3, if it's 4, then you're checking if 2 is 3, if it's 4, and then you're checking if 3 is 4. Wow. It makes sense. I mean, when you say it makes sense, I mean, I know what it is, and I know what it's doing. Oh man, that's fucking wild. So I'm guessing what that's supposed to do is it's supposed to make each thing unique. You know? You're just saying re-roll them until they're unique. Which, by God, this is such a shit way of doing it. Like, you could have just used a list and removed the indexes so that you wouldn't have to infinitely re-roll it. Why would you do this? Fuck. Fuck. Why would you do that? It doesn't even take, like, that much effort to make one that never, ever does it. I mean, nut this way is funnier, he says. Nut this way is funnier. I think you meant to say but nut is also funny. Um, I'll agree to the comedy in seeing the bad code. However, I'll disagree in functionality because it is bad. What this is doing, effectively, is it gives you a variable runtime length between one repetition and infinite repetitions if you just get very unlucky. Which is not good, if you couldn't tell. Ideally you don't want that to happen. Now, the odds of that are decrease exponent, like the odds of it repeating infinitely decrease exponentially the more items are in gridref.block data, the longer it is, the less likely it is to break. But what kills me is you could have just used a list and gotten 4 random separate indexes of it without needing to do all this separate stuff of like checking if they're the same or setting 4 like numbers. You're not even using an array for, I mean, you have an array, but the things you're checking are, it's just so many things wrong in such short amount of code. There's only like in my entire project of like of this game that I've been working on, there's only one thing that theoretically has the ability to run infinitely, and that's the recent addition or rework I made to find valid position. This thing, because what it's doing is it's taking a random location, it's checking if it can spawn there, and if it can't, then it's running it again. But I think that's still pretty bad, I think. I don't like that it does it. But at least I can't think of a better solution to do it, where they would spawn randomly anywhere, but also wouldn't be colliding with anything. This is a solution that works, right? But the only reason I'm doing it is because I literally cannot think of a better way. If I could think of a better way, I'd get rid of this in a heartbeat because I hate this. I don't like that it does this with the recursion of calling itself to find the... It's bad. I don't like it. But it works, and it does what I need it to. So, it's fine. What I don't like is that the code that you wrote, it works, but it's so easy to make it not run infinitely long, potentially, that it just hurts my brain that it would be written like this. What's the return statement doing? What the fuck? I just noticed that. Why is there a return there? What the fuck is it returning? It doesn't do anything if you put it there. Unless there's gonna be code later on in the method, but... what the fuck? What? Source, why is that return there? It doesn't do anything. Oh, man. No, there isn't, Source. Not in that screenshot, there isn't. I can see that that's where the method ends. There's going to be. Okay. Mm-hmm. Future tense. Okay, okay. So you're gonna put some stuff after that if statement. That makes more sense as to why the return is there, but it's still nuts. Kotow is joined, I don't even know if that's how you pronounce that, has joined in the middle of a mental breakdown of me analyzing this horrible code that someone sent me. Dear God. Oh man. I don't even know if I can go on with this. I mean, I've gotten distracted from actually coding, can you believe it? Which I should probably do. I should probably do the actual coding. I might need to reiterate the thing that I'm gonna go probably try and solve, because it's been a minute since I actually covered it. So the thing that I'm gonna go try and fix right now is, for one, when you're in an inventory or a menu for any menu, it's still going around like this. It's still the camera is still swinging around. Now that's fine when you're like this because it lets you see around the player. I don't know. I think it's fine. But when you're in a menu, it's pretty distracting because you're looking at the static menu elements, but the background is shifting and it feels bad. Also, if I click to pick something up, it's not overwriting the input for my attack, or rather it's just measuring it twice. So when I do this, It's also doing the attack because it's like, oh, you're doing whatever. I need to make a thing that basically locks this. If this is using input manager, I should already have some stuff or groundwork in place for this. So let's go to, that's something I need to figure out for my thing too, which is what, locking inputs maybe. Where was it gonna go? Player controller, yes. Player controller, WASD. So I just want to make sure it's not using input dot anywhere. That's fine. Good. Wait. Okay, input dot mouse position is fine. Manager. This is where this stuff actually matters. I'm going to pass in another parameter here. Whoa. Undo whatever I was just doing. Player in all lowercase, sure. Right, so what this is going to go do, don't copy the entire line. I meant to copy that part. So I'll be able to use this as a locking level. Now, I haven't actually really fucked with the locking levels. This is something I implemented for this input manager a long time ago, but I never really did a whole lot with. So it might work, or it might not. Same thing. I think that's all the main inputs. Yeah. All the player inputs are now locked. Or, they're not locked, but they have this. So when I do update menu, so we have all these things. All right. No. Not a for each. That's probably the wrong operation in case I want to do something else. Int I equals 0, I is less than checks dot length, because it's an array, I plus plus. So this is just going to go through the array of things, then I can see if checks I, which means if you have a thing open, we're going to do a public bool is within a menu equals false. This should be a static, shouldn't it? So I can easily reference this. Within a menu. So if it's enabled, then within a menu equals true break. Because it doesn't need to check all the other ones. And within a menu equals false. So it does that by default. All right. So now I can get when you're inside a menu with that thing. And then... oh, I want to set the input manager dot instance. I don't remember. No. Dot set lock level menu. So if I remember correctly, lock level equals this, and the way that lock level works... wait, I don't have the code anymore. Whoops. It might be commented out. If B2 is not equal to lock level, or lock level equals this. Wait. So in other words, if it's not lock level, and it's not empty. So in other words, you're not supposed to be, or it's supposed to be locked, and the lock level is set, then A equals true. Which, I've gotten out of tutorial hell. I can actually understand what you're doing. Well, that is good. Source apparently has not gotten out of tutorial hell, and that is not good. Tutorial hell is very interesting. I kind of... game development, or the, yeah, you can see when I'm in a menu. Oh. Okay, I'll explain what just happened there in a second. Gotta pop out for a minute, BRB. Alright. I guess I could kind of talk about my experience and my non-experience with tutorial hell. I kind of didn't have tutorial hell because of where I started. Um, if you know my roots, which you may or may not know, I started off by making data packs and shit in Minecraft, which was very cool. But because tutorials are basically not a thing for that, everything I learned about developing and about coding and whatever from that I learned by myself from that. I just did it of my own experimentation would be the right word, I think. I mean, I watched some videos that had like some tips and tricks in them or whatever, but I never really was in tutorial hell. And then when I moved on to Unity, or I guess I also went to Scratch, but okay, order of events, Minecraft, then Scratch, then Unity. Very weird order. But when from going from Minecraft to Scratch, similar thing of I kind of didn't there weren't tutorials, or there are tutorials, but I didn't care for them. I just wanted to figure everything out for myself, so that's what I did. And then I made some cool stuff, which I can probably bring up because it's not too bad. I might have to sign in again, which if it makes me sign in, I'm gonna have to pull this over. Yes, I have to do it. Okay, one sec. What? No. That one and this. All right. So here we have, my projects. I made apparently 134. Now some of these are empty projects and some of them, have like whatever. But a lot of them have like actual stuff in them. Where's OBS? Okay. This is a very stupid project. It's just me messing around with various things that you can do, various transparency levels. This lets you see the drawing. It's just taking a drawing and converting it into like this weird tube shape thing. I don't fucking know. I was just messing around. But I've made a lot of random projects in Scratch like this. Yeah, don't mind the art. I mean, what art? There's nothing wrong with Roblox simulator name generator with that game, or maybe you or maybe that one. There's absolutely nothing that is wrong with this fondling realm. There's absolutely no This is a very legitimate program that should be kept up and is still public to this day. Technically speaking, it says it was modified a minute ago because I just opened it, but it's not. I have a lot of stupid projects in here. We have like the Wandering Zoglas. This was a cool project. This one, yeah, it spawns in these items. It just creates this. You can actually notice a lot of similarities between this and my current project. If I could pull out the example that I was trying to bring here, you can actually notice there is a decent bit of similarity between the player having like a sword that's kind of rotating around them, and then you switch whatever. This is like you could call this an early incarnation of this, although it looks terrible. You're just kind of fucking waving it around wildly because I was like, whatever. These bars you actually can move, but there's nothing that changes them, so whatever. This project is very interesting because it was my experimentation with creating a data structure for infinite of these items that you can then pick up, and then they get destroyed, and you can see item exists. And you can spawn a lot of them, and it starts to lag a bit when you spawn this many of them, but it's not actually creating that many clones, because Scratch has like a 300 clone limit. You can see the length. If that's the amount of items there are, you can see there was like hundreds, or like I think that reached like 1,000 probably. I wanted to create something that's like infinitely big, and you can also move around in this infinitely sized grid of things, which is what the position is storing. Although I think I'd lock you after like 1,000 or something. Yeah, I knew it. It is infinite. I just was like, I don't feel like letting you go infinitely far. This was like a cool project of mine, and this is like part of the experimentation that I was talking about, where I kind of skipped tutorial hell because I just kind of made stuff like this. I made projects like that. I made, where's Golf? Yes, I like to show this one off because it was also pretty good. This is audio, but you're not going to be able to hear it. This was a project that I made, which uses like a custom collision detection, because if you've used Scratch, you know that the collision in it doesn't exist. They don't do collision. They just check if something is overlapping or not. So the way that it collides is fucking weird. But there is so many random things in here. So many things that are literally just me fucking around with. Like, what is this? I don't know. It's just a funny thing that I made. I was like, background test. Why not? And so I was able to get, I think, a lot of like early experience with this. Like, this is a good movement one. Does this have dash? No. This is demo 2, I think, because is both W and space doing this? Oh, no, okay. But this is the one that has the up bug. Yeah, whatever. Experimentation is the best way to learn. I think it is, yeah. This is like one of my original attempts at creating a kind of a movement in 2D with collision. It's very cursed because of course it's pretty hard to make. I did make a good one. Where's demo 2? That's sus game. Top-down movement. Some of these are really cool, I think. Like top-down movement test. Where the fuck? Okay, wait. If I just like scroll, if I do this, and then I don't think there's any more, and then I can say demo. Demo platformer, demo 2 platformer. So demo platformer might be public, but this one I don't believe is. This was a project that I made. Spaces dash. Yeah. This was like a little thing I made. Little wobbly boy. Little portal. You can go through. You can die. Don't touch the red. Joomp. It's just like a neat project like this, and I did a lot of these, right? They're not like high art, I would say. There isn't like boing. There isn't a lot going on here, other than this. And then this one is teaching you that you can use the dash to get through here. This shoots you upwards, and then it's a bit of movement. This is a stupid one, because I remember this. You have to abuse a glitch. I was like, I found that glitch, and I was like, I'll make a level out of it. I think it's gonna break soon because I don't remember how many levels there are, but it's not a large amount of levels in this. Well, I missed. I went over the portal. That's fun. You can see my live gaming ability here. These are some pretty tight platforming jumps. This one is stupid. I don't even know what's going on here. I think this is another weird glitch one where you're able to glitch through it. At this point, I was just kind of having fun with them, and now you've reached a testing level where I was testing various collision states, like hitting on this, standing on slopes, stuff like this. It's just a bunch of stuff that I was testing around with, and because of this, I think I was able to get a very good, I would say, head start in the game development space, and I was never really stuck in tutorial hell, because a lot of the skills that you kind of need for it, like problem solving, which you can't really learn from tutorials, are things that I kind of acquired through my time making stuff in Minecraft and Scratch, things that were very limited. You know, like Scratch is a very limiting, I don't know what to call it, tool. It's extremely limited in what you can and can't do with it. Hence, it breeds a lot of creativity because you need to work around a lot of the many restrictions that it has. So I made, like, for example, a tower defense game. I've made a lot of stupid projects like this, but this is the older version because there's the wings on it. It doesn't have the full towers, so this isn't the full one. That's 1.1.0. It's probably a shared project. Yeah, Dot Defense 1.2.0 or 1.0.2. This is the one. That's like the full version, you could say. Anyway, this thing was neat. I kind of like it. Enemies spawn in and then they die. It's just a wacky project. And because I think it's my opinion that because of these projects, I was able to kind of jump forward a lot in game development. I don't fucking know. Time to figure out why this was breaking. Oh, wait. And lock level is not this. And B2 is not this. That's kind of shit, but I don't really care. Anyway, the bug that I was laughing about earlier, before I went on that slight tangent there, was the menu inputs were like, hey, I'm in a menu, disable me. So you couldn't leave the menu, and I still can't. I can't click them, I can't interact with them. So I feel like I'm being ignored by the compiler here. I said B2 must not be this. Correct? B2 must not be that. I don't think I use lock level anywhere else. Wait. I wrote something else. Whoa, 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 whoa. What did I write here? Get selected. Wait. Oh, wait. This is probably it. What am I... So this is saying if the lock level is equal to... No, I'm back to being confused. I have no idea what I've written. So why is this not working? I mean, very clearly the lock level is being set because, yeah. But in order for it to stop taking inputs, like, in order for it to stop taking inputs, they must not be the same, which is pretty easy. This must not be, would mean that there must be a lock level, and there must be something there. When does this not equal this? What? I've got to admit, it stumped me. I mean, it's not used anywhere else, is it? You look for lock level. It uses these things, but get selected isn't used anywhere, so... Huh? Unless it's... But why... But why is it locking all inputs is what I want to know. Because this... I mean... Okay. Cock blocked. But I'll also say... Right, so it's still doing the same functionality pretty much, but now... I mean, I didn't check for if, I'm just spreading this out, so... And lock level is not equal to this. Okay. So in other words, there is something locking the inputs. What? The fuck? What? What is... It's only block... But if that's the case, you can see it says fake blocked, which means it's not blocking them. So why can't I click them anymore? Or close it? I can't press any buttons anymore. What? The fuck? Is it some other piece of mysterious code that's decided to break? Like, if I delete that code, is it still going? Because if that's the problem, I'm That's probably the problem. It is. Okay. So somehow this piece of code actually isn't the problem. I've been misdiagnosing the problems. But get selected isn't used anywhere. Is it? Oh. It is. There's a flaw in this. Okay. Mm. Oh, that's stupid. All right. Source, you returned right at the end of my string of stupidity there, where I had to diagnose a really dumb bug that exists in, I believe I want to say aux tools actually, which is kind of a problem. So let me go quickly fix that because now Visual Studio Installer, because this is gonna take like a second at most to do. Well, that's an exaggeration or a hyperbole because it's going to take a couple seconds to open the thing in the first place. So very clearly not going to take exactly a second, but you get the point. Why is it so zoomed in? So the input manager gets selected. I'll save that, but I need to probably test this out in Unity first. So, well, did it lock my inputs when I started, or was I just hallucinating? I was hallucinating. Alright, wait. Oh, I wasn't used to the fact that this actually, like, blocks your inputs. So now I'm clicking over here. I'm not sure how well that's conveyed. Maybe you can hear my rapid clicking, but, it's not doing anything, whereas I click these, you can see I'm not swinging anymore. Now, we still have the camera going around, which is the slight problem. I'm fine with it still smoothing out to the location. I don't want the mouse position to keep updating like this. So, camera lull? What it's doing right now is it's doing this, right? Or it's storing this value in P. Okay, this actually should be very, very easy. Old P. And I mean, it's always going to follow mouse. Unless I disable it. If, gamer.a. Wait, what? Oh, no. Well, this is why you don't open the same code base twice, or a similar code base, I should say. This is the camera lull, but this is the camera lull not in the correct project. Let's go to the actual correct project this time, and do it from here. Now it makes a bit more sense as to why I was like something seems a bit off when I was typing that. Anyway, vector 3 old P. So the mouse position offset. Old P equals P. And I'm instead going to say vector 3P equals vector 3 dot 0 equals this. If gamer dot what I call it, like menu within a menu. So if you're within a menu, well, there you have it. If you're within a menu, then it's equal to old P. I love drinking old P. I was about to say, I forgot a semicolon somewhere, but it was just forgot to update. Whack. Anyway, so that should fix the camera moving around. It should just remember the last position your mouse was. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. So now, it's, your dude's rotating to face your mouse, but the camera isn't moving. I don't know how I feel about that. You know, like when you're in a menu, it's fine, but it looks really wacky. Might need to, might need to also stop that from happening. Um, this is all in player controller stuff, so rotation. So if is real owner and gamer dot within a menu. Wait. Well, I want it to still continue the animation that it's doing here, so I actually need to do this separately. There you go. So this will stop the overall player from rotating towards you. I don't know what else I need to rotate, if anything. I mean, oh, I've got the Discord messages. Fixed it. Okay, gotta go though. My man could have just put the... Okay. Could have just put grid ref in a parentheses. Surprised he doesn't know about that. And then... Wait. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, we're fine. Small rest that... It seems fine. It's better. It's still a bit whack, but it's fine. So I need to make the player stop, like, flipping. And... I don't know where that is. I don't know where it is. Okay. You... can only run if I'm not within a menu. So just don't run that code. And then... Where is the thing that flips the X? It's not flip X. Oh, shit, it is. Wait. No. Oh, it's... Wait. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I just noticed something. Um... And not game. So this was actually right before. I just... Why is this line duplicated? Did I accidentally press, like, Control D on it or something like that? What? I don't know. I don't know. It was just unnecessary line, I think. I can't imagine why the same line of code would be repeated twice, overwriting the same data. It feels oddly static whenever you enter a menu now. It's like, oh, you're in the menu, but then you go back out, and it's like suddenly remembers, like, oh shit. I mean, it makes sense though. Interesting that this doesn't count as a menu, or I don't think I use update menus for it. And yeah, we have the enemy spawning in, enemy dying. We have all this stuff. We have the thematic, we have the new theme. The new theme of blue and purple, this blue and cyan. The purple seems to be interesting. We have a duality. I was just thinking of a thematic duality in the colors. So I've already talked about the fact that we have the same color scheme of this kind of like light blue and purple color, right? It's in the player health bar, it's in the things that enemies drop, and it's also when they spawn in. However, you'll notice when the enemies spawn in, it's much heavily leaning towards the purple aspect. I mean, there is the blue, but it leans towards purple, and the enemies themselves are purple when they first spawn in. When they drop, though, it's mostly blue, and your health bar is also mostly blue. That could be a thing. That could be a little thematic hint, you could say. I don't know. I don't know the exact way I can phrase that, but basically it's like a little nod. A little bit. Oh, there's already enemy. There actually is, yes. Are you familiar with the fact that I make videos? Or did you just happen to drop by on stream? I mean, dropping by on stream is cool because it's the first time I've streamed in like a month, so hallelujah. But are you familiar with the fact that I also do videos. I mean, I wouldn't blame you for not knowing the fact that I talked about this, but if you saw the first one but not the second one, or if you never even saw either one, um, but I've been making videos about this, and I do talk about it in here. Somewhere he presses a lot, talking about the stuff I'm getting rid of, talking about the things I made, whatever. It's a Oh yeah, you just dropped it. Well, that's cool to see. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were someone who's seen the random content that I've made. Um, yeah, there's an alright amount. I could do a quick run through of what exists currently because it's kind of wacky. So the basic premise of this, if I can get in here, because I didn't realize you were you didn't know what this was. So you've probably noticed the variety of things here. We've got your things and you've got your things. The basic idea that I've always had is like you can craft like a stone sword, right? And I can make a stone sword, or I can make a gold sword, and you can make a gold sword. And because I think crafting has a lot of unused potential in games. And what always has annoyed me is things like let's see if I can pull this like a picture of this up. I probably have it saved, but like this is the example I give in the video also. You know the Minecraft bow crafting recipe? This thing where I mean, this is just an example weapon, I think, because there isn't a different way to make a bow. There's only one bow in Minecraft. There's technically the crossbow, but that's a different thing entirely. The bow itself doesn't really have variants to it. I mean, there are like the iron sword, the gold sword, but those you only can craft with specific materials, right? You can only make an iron sword. I mean, there are, what, 6 swords? Wood, stone, gold, iron, diamond, netherite? I think there's 6. Anyway, you can only make those 6 swords, and I think there's a lot of unused potential in that. So I've taken the idea of what if you can not just make something with a material, but you can actually mix and match these materials to make weapons that aren't, or weapons that are hybrids. And I can make like I don't know, I can make a spear with a gold tip, or I can make a crossbow that's like part gold and part this, or I can make I don't know, a shuriken that's like alternating like this. You can do whatever with these. That's kind of the main idea that kicked off this game. Was I wanted to be like, yeah, you can mix and match shit, you know. Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but it alone is not enough to carry a game. I mean, I think it's a neat idea. It's a cool selling point, but it's not enough to be the game itself. So that's the rest of it is what I've been making. So I've been making stuff, quality of life stuff, like the soccer ball. I love the soccer ball. We've got the rooms here looking very barren. There is nothing in the rooms. I made the walls look cool. Do I have a reference image for how they used to look? I probably do. If I can find this in like, where would this even be? Video contents, me shit, probably. And then I find, here we go. Okay, so this is what the walls originally looked like way back when in the episode 1 that I made, where it's literally the background texture, but just lighter color. And that's how I made the walls. Because at the time I just needed something temporary to work with. There were only the rats, and it looked kind of bad back then. Since then, I think the visuals have improved a lot. It's still not perfect. I still want to do more, but we're getting there. I probably want to add some kind of post-processing to it, because currently it's pretty raw. I don't know what I'm gonna do fully. I've been thinking about it as I go. Anyway, so these rooms, they're pretty barren looking because they don't have any furniture or whatever in them. That's not where I'm at. I'm over here. I actually do have some furniture things that I've been creating because I want to start filling out the rooms eventually, you know, so I can, like, if I really wanted to put like a bed in there. I don't know why I would. Or I can go like, oh shit, I really want I want a barrel. And the barrels are cool. I like the barrels. I'm gonna put a few down. Anyway, so these things, does this work? I've never tried. Oh yeah, okay. So the barrels you can break. These are things that I'm planning on sprinkling in there. However, they're very disparate looking. I don't know if that's the word to use. They're very out of place feeling, because they're like, this is a stone dungeon, and these are like homey feeling fucking barrels and beds and shit and rugs. There's also a rug. What's the connection between that? Well, my basic idea is that as you start, like when you start, I want to have a thematic progression of the room decoration. So it starts with like looking like, I don't know, a home. That's why I made a bed. I might not use the bed, to be honest, but I made a bed. I drew it. Um, so it starts with you at like a home, and then maybe the next floor down is like a dusty basement to that home, and maybe below that you have like starting to get a little dungeony, and then below that you have like full like chain stone dungeon kind of feel, and then maybe below that it's like I don't fucking know. It just keeps going and going, and then eventually you get to the escalation where you're basically in hell, and I think that's going to be pretty cool. TBH, to be completely I think it's a neat idea. Having a little bed that you can schmunk, or some barrels that you can break. The barrels don't do anything besides being able to be broken, and the beds don't do anything because it's a decoration. Um, Yet, because I haven't implemented them yet. But those are just things that I have around. Um, then I haven't drawn a door, which I really should. The enemies spawn in. The animation for them spawning in we made actually this stream. And well, yeah, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Hmm. So that is that's a bug probably. I can't tell if the bug is caused by the fact that I put the bed in there when it shouldn't have been, or if that was an actual legitimate bug that just happened to have appeared. Because that's actually never happened before. I don't know if I can diagnose it again. Is it if it's not when I die, clearly, because I mean you can die and you're fine. And we have some amazing title screen design by yours truly. Now, I mean, this isn't my finest title screen work. If you want to see some actually good like work on that, I have my other projects. Where'd I put this? Not in here. Oh, it actually is. Um, no. What is this folder? What the what? Why is it here? Why isn't it? Why isn't it? What? Is it a shortcut to it? I might be going insane. Anyway, we have these things. And we have my most recent project. I have no idea what's going on with the file system there. Um, this was my last project that I made. I do not have any of the cards unlocked. That's pretty sad. So I only have the basic ones, but I mean, it's a cool little card game that I made. I'll just start a classic game here. Got a pretty bad starting hand. Easy AI is kind of a non-threat, to be honest. I mean, it's playing the game kind of. It's decidedly doing some all right moves. I wouldn't call them great moves. Um, but it's making them. And this is just kind of like a turn-based card game that I made. I made it well, I don't how long did it take? I want to say you also can't hear the audio. There's audio for this. I can enable this so that you can actually hear it. Um, that was a bad placement of Ming, but it doesn't really matter. I think it was 2 months. I want to say that's how much I'm gonna say it was. And they had Core Rebirth, of course. Yeah. Um, New hand. Yikes. The enemy has a good, air quotes, good defense. I have got nothing. Wow. Well, I mean, to be fair, this is the basic deck, and I only have the basic cards, so I mean, I wouldn't expect the draws to be great, but there you go. I forgot I have the domination achievement, which you get for winning, and then there's also win a match in 15 turns or less, which I got, and there's also beat it on easy and win a match. You actually unlock quite a few achievements just for playing or for winning your first match, which in each achievement unlocks a new card. So this is like unlocking some new content. So you can see there's like Energized Rubble and Picker. What are the other new ones? Attack on Your Hole. That's a great one. I can't remember what the other one did. It actually, I think it's pretty good. Did I unlock a title for that? Yeah. Suction Cup Balls, Baller, Gordita Cruncher, Sex. I don't... Can't you, Oh, yeah, that's the titles. Yeah. These are the ones that you can unlock by typing stuff in the codes. Because, why not? Gordita Cruncher I shall be. There's like a stat page. This also has multiplayer. It's not just single player, so you can host a match and play against friends if you want. This is something that I did. The bottom right corner is kind of being covered by wavy green over there, but I'm not gonna change it. So yeah, you actually it's a pretty sick game, I think. There's a few achievements that I made. Each one, they all tend to, most of them I think give you cards, but some of them give you modifiers. I just happen to be clicking on them. Some of them also give you titles as well. So the one I did is a card, a card, a card, and I think a card. Yeah, 4 cards. So this is what's the thing that lets you build the cards. I'll make one here. So I'll get rid of that. So we have a new deck, which I can call like balls. And I'll put a cannon and junk and I don't know, an attack. What a quality deck that is. Now, if I were to play a game, it says it's an illegal deck because there are deck rules. I can't remember if I made a thing that lets you see the deck rules or if you just hover over it and it shows you the problems with it. So this is quite a few problems with, but what you can do is you can say allow illegal decks and it's just like, well, yeah, you can use it anyway. So, this is an amazing, stupid. I love having junk in my deck. Play 3 cards within 1 second of each other. Speedy Gonzalez. I forgot we joked about that. And it's pretty easy to do that with junk. And it's just an interesting game that I made. It still says developer build up there because I never got rid of it because I couldn't be bothered. And now we have this project. Interesting game. And my UI design I think is peak for this. Honestly, I don't think it gets better. I don't I don't think I can do better than this. The amazing title screen with the misaligned buttons, and when you die, it's also completely misaligned and rotated. I don't think it gets better, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this, to be honest. To be honest, to be honest. I should say to be honest a few more times, just to be safe, to be honest. Oh man, I'm tired. Oh, I'm not that tired, but it is midnight right now. Oh, because I have some other images open. Yeah, I have a bunch of random things open. I'm gonna remute the stream audio. Well, not the stream, the desktop audio for the stream, whatever. Um, is there anything else I can do, like, I mean, I don't know what else I can do relatively quickly. UI design is a big thing that's gonna take a long time if I ever bother getting around to it, especially because I probably want to have it stick with the same pixelated theme that I've been going with, which means probably a bit of drawing on my end, unless I can get away with pixelating it for free, so we'll see. That is now done. Now, do I want to try making a dash this stream? That is a good question. I don't know. You hate doing UI? I mean, relatable. I don't mind it, but I do think it's a bit tedious. But I do like when good UI happens. I think it's neat. I can quickly show you something that I remember enjoying making from this. Back when I was making this, there was one thing that I did in the pause menu of here. I made this like wacky particle. I don't know what I don't know. It's just neat. I just remember implementing it and thinking it was neat, and that's it. Credits. You can see me. It's me, the guy who made it. And then there's also, has my microphone? Nah, it doesn't. It's me. I'm the developer. in case you wanted to know, that's me. And then there's also the people who helped tested it. And there's also SourceGear420, who's the only mostly consistent viewer not testing the game. Now, there's also recently been a check, but you know, that's a different story. So yeah, it's a wacky game. Achievements. Is there anything else? I mean, it was a pretty short and sweet game, I would say. So most of my games have been. Oh, I forgot this one is back when I had that. Yeah. I just fucking slapped my microphone. Don't even worry about it. Delusion. What a great game. I also cannot hear the audio for this because I think I have it turned off. Oh, no, it just hadn't started yet. My bad. This one is like back when I originally entered the keybinds shit. Same logbook stuff. Cosmetics, the PP on the head, the classic. And the credits. Guess who it is, bitches? It's me. This was... I have a grenade in the menu and a raw. This was an interesting endeavor in 3D. Just my first... You can't even hear the audio for this, but you don't really need to hear the audio for this. This was my first escapade into the realm of 3D. It's kind of meh doing this when there's no one else here, because this is a multiplayer shooter that I made. Kind of inspired by what was it, Upgun? That is, I believe it's Upgun, yeah. So let me... That's the banana. I need a grenade jump. My life depends on it. Ah. So yeah, it's a wacky game. It'd be cool if there was other people here, but the round clearly. What I can do, game options, match time, nothing. Boingo. It's a wacky game. I got the same map again, by the way. That's kind of whack. It's supposed to pick between... How many maps are there? I genuinely do not remember. I think there's either 2 or 3. I can't remember the amount of maps. I'm going insane. So you can pick one of these things. You can see the tracers, enemy grenades. Rocket jumper is neat. I'll take the rocket launcher on 1, 2, 1. Rocket jumper. Yeah, okay. So this was an interesting one. I think this one I spent maybe 2 months also on. Now I just don't take any damage from it because I took rocket jumper as well. I wish I added like animations for these things. Aside from like the very minor shooting animation where it just kind of like tilts upwards like that. Oh, if you want to see some interesting map art here, that's some more interesting design. And you know, this is just it's just a neat stuff. Banana gun, banana gun. It's a green banana gun too. Uh, I don't know. This is a wacky game. I'm definitely not getting sidetracked this right now. Absolutely not by showcasing some other random things that I've made. No, I would not. I would not. That would not happen. Ah, yes, I forgot. Um, so this was like high damage, high speed bullet, slower shooting, kind of like sniper-esque. Anyway, this was an interesting game with a lot of things in it. There's also the hidden ones, which you unlock through achievements, and there's also stuff like homing bullets. I think, yeah, that just happened. Wacky game. Then there's also Rupture as well, which is another project I made, which has a very confirm file to replace. Cancel? Oh, I have like nobody on this. I have all of my stats are gone. I could re-enable the game audio so you can actually hear some of this. This doesn't have this was also one of my this is my first like really big-ish. I want to say big, but it's not really that big. Kind of big Unity projects. It's kind of meh, but I mean it's a cool game, and but I just as a developer think I could have done better with it now that or with the skills that I have now. With the skills I had when I made it, I think it's pretty good. Does this not have oh, it's right click to dash. I'm back from the adventures of fish. Hey, eject. We're not absolutely no nothing is going on here. All right. I think it's I like this one, I think. Which lets you okay. Countermeasures. Yeah. Yeah. So you do an insane you do a bunch of extra damage, but you also take a bunch of extra damage. So if I get hit, I'm dead, is pretty much what the scenario is, but I was already gonna die anyway. What just healed me? Do I have apple? Oh, okay, it's lucky shot. I forgot that's what that did. This is a pretty strange game. One of the things I did not like when I made it is the amount of, I guess you could say campy behavior that's encouraged. Basically, taking damage is pretty punishing in this. I'm no scientist, but I don't think this is great. No, it is. Look, it says it. Right there, it says unnamed crafting game. It says it right there. Anyway, what I was gonna say is I didn't like the when I finished making it. One of the takeaways that I had is it was very punishing of when you take damage, which basically encourages campy behavior, kind of like, I mean, even if I don't get hit, which is kind of like ducking in and out of walls like this. Don't mind the map design, by the way. There's absolutely nothing going on there. Nothing to see there. But it encourages kind of this kind of play style I don't like, where you hide behind walls, wait for them to shoot, and then duck back out to shoot them again. I think it's stupid. I think it's bad. I think it's bad. I don't like it. So, thing I'm doing in my next project that's kind of similar, which is like top down and you're killing things, you're killing enemies. That's not going to happen. I want to very heavily encourage actually playing the game. Hence, if you've noticed, those things that drop when you kill enemies, right? So I need to take some damage for this to be an example, but let's say I'm kind of low. Wait, why can't... Oh, I forgot there's no game audio yet. Anyway, you can see these things that the enemies drop. They actually heal my health when I pick them up. So that's what it's doing. It's giving you incentive, and there's also a bit of overheal in case you're at max health when you pick them up. But it's basically giving you an incentive to actually, you know, engage with the gameplay instead of hiding behind a wall. Currently, the room designs are basically squares and boxes, but there's going to be actual, like, twists and turns and shit in here eventually, once I get around to actually designing rooms. I was kind of lost, but yeah. I don't want the player to basically be encouraged to kind of hide behind a wall while, like, shooting out like this and then going back behind the wall and then doing this. I don't like that. I think it's stupid, as I've already stated. So I'm creating systems to kind of encourage the playstyle I want players to have, if that makes sense. By healing you when you kill enemies, it incentivizes you to kill the enemies, through, you know, not through wasting time, and through the overheal. If you're at full health, it's kind of, I mean, it's basically a limited time thing. So if you hang back and you just permanently stay at full health, you're basically wasting the overheal that you get from killing a bunch of enemies. So that's cool. I might add some kind of, like, health regen, maybe. But the thing is I don't want to encourage people between every fight to just kind of sit around and wait for their health to regenerate, because that's technically the most optimal way to play. If you took a bit of damage and there was some kind of health regen, you could just wait here and be like, I'm back up to full health, and then move on to the next one, which is really dumb. That would be really stupid, so I'm not going to do that. I wanna, like, I have, this is an ongoing, like, problem for me to tackle with while designing this. I do hope Poto is a certified waiver as well. I hope they are an enjoyer of this graphic that I've permanently stuck in the bottom right corner, that we tint colors or we change the color of every stream. I need to basically come up with some more metrics to try and encourage the playstyle I want in players. Now, this is partly done through the weapon roster itself. Most of the weapons, I mean, even the shuriken, you can see it has a good amount of range, but it's not that big. The only weapon with a good amount of range is the crossbow, but even then, it's pretty inaccurate at higher distances, so you're encouraged to get close to enemies just based on the weapons that you use, right? Like, this weapon is a pretty short range, so you need to be right up close and personal. Now, the spear, by nature, has a longer range, but even then, you still need to be right there. Eject, you are going to be terrified when I roll, Jeremy, because I have my video picked out. I don't know if you were here when I thought of it, but I thought of it this stream earlier, and Yeah, you better hold your cajones, because it's gonna be wild. I'm just kind of admiring the enemy spawning anime. Wait a minute, are they getting? All right, that's on me. What? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sorry, what just happened there was I felt depression. I felt depression. The enemies when they were spawning in during that spawning animation were not incorporeal, if that is a statement I can use. They were not. No, I don't know how to phrase it. I was trying to think of a fancy way of saying it, but I can't really think of one. Basically, they were actually still there. They were just sitting there, not moving. The enemies were still existing in physical space, which means you could push them around, which I don't want. I don't want you to be able to do that. So, I need to disable the rigid body component. Or rather, set it to kinematic. That's probably what I'm going to do. All right. I already have a reference to it, so I can do sex dot what's it even called? What's the parameter called? That's a nav mesh. I want a player or an enemy or something just so I can look at them. Um so they have this rigid body 2D on them. Body type equals kinematic, which means it doesn't move. Well, it means it can be a force's I should say static. And then over here, when all this is happening, to dynamic. So now, when they spawn in, you shouldn't be able to push them around. Hopefully. Maybe. Potentially? Possibly. Very much perhaps. Or, as Eject would say, if the weather permits. Let's find out if the weather does permit this. It's very hard with the current movement speed to get near an enemy when it's spawning in. In fact, it might not be possible because I did add a minimum spawn range that enemies could not be within. I was waiting for one to spawn up there, but it never did. Which kind of sucks. Please. I think I can't tell, like, honestly, if it worked or not. I might artificially make the enemies, like, forever stay in the state. I'm just making them stay in it for 10 seconds now. Because I'm like, nah, screw it. So let's say enemies now wait 10 seconds before fully spawn again. What should happen is it should be the same animation, except they just freeze for 10 seconds being completely purple. And what this should allow me to do is go and have time to aptly push them around and shit. Right? I can't hit it, I can't interact with it. All I can do is kind of sit there in fear. And then suddenly, they'll pop out and start beating the ever-loving hell out of me. It's kind of wacky, actually. That's kind of a cool effect, seeing the enemies just frozen there, and then they pop in they pop in like that. It's kind of cool. Kind of like it. That is something I could play with. Having like a room of statues that you walk into, and then after a couple seconds, the statues like attack you, kind of like Ultra Kill. Yeah, that could be kind of neat. I might write that down as like a potential idea. Idea for enemy room thing balls where enemies start frozen, but then after a few seconds, wake up and shit on thy dick. Alright. So that's a cool note for myself, so that'll maybe happen in the future. Who fucking knows? I wonder if Potao is still here. I think it blacklisted my last message. Very likely. The last thing I see is when you said you fear for Jeremy. Or you fear for when we roll Jeremy, I should say. You could send me a dick sword message if it's something that's important or funny or both. In the meantime, I might debating what to do with this stream. Currently been going for 3 hours, which is pretty good length, I would say. Oh, he's actually still here. All right. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna try making the dash. I think I'm gonna go have it that. Go take my chances. Maybe. I don't know. I may. I'm trying to think about how I want to implement it. So I could have like invulnerability frames to it, or I could just be like, no, you don't get those. You don't get to be invulnerable. It's actually sent me a dick sword DM. All right, what's the dick sword? Oh man, all right. Yeah, babe, your sex body type equals kinematic underscore ox riz. All right. That's a statement, all right. That's a statement. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try making the player dash, so this could be bad. Player controller. So, do I have shart? So I know when this runs, but when if this this is here and you're the real owner, I see. Move is equal to dir, which is all these combined because it normalizes them. Velocity plus equals interesting. I'm gonna make another thing. So if is real owner, so this will be useful for multiplayer later, but this check effectively does nothing in the current thing. I should make like a dash cooldown. Probably. Public float dash cooldown equals 0f. Hey. Start attack, bring me back. Alright. So if is real owner. I'm that delta time. If dash cooldown is less than or equal to 0, I'll just say less than. I don't know if equal to actually really matters. And actually no, I'll say less than or equal to doesn't. And input manager dot is key down. Wait. Oh, it's is key. Well, is key down would be when you press it, but is key is if you hold it, this would mean that you can hold the dash button to. I don't know if I want that. I could add something to specifically prevent it if I need to. One sec. All right. So it's gonna be the is key and then input manager dot game keys. This one doesn't exist yet, but I'll just write it. Dash. Wait, no, dash with a lowercase d to be consistent. And then let me just quickly define that. I don't think it actually exists, so dash left if oh, it actually does, but it's alt item pickup, so I don't care. Fucks yo shit again. Really doesn't need it. What? No, don't go to the definition of string. Why would I want to? No, 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 no. Back over to player controller, shall we? Where? There. Okay. So, yeah, dash cooldown equals. Well, I'll just say like 1F. I'll make this a method so I can pop this out. Um, public void start dash. This will be useful for later for what, like if you have like abilities that activate on dash. So I say start dash. And the dash cooldown equals 1F. I should make sure this is player lock level. There you go. So you can't dash while you're in a menu. Now is the part where the rest of the code comes in. So I've got to essentially make something. What I could just say is I make a new vector 2. I can just attempt this. So what does a magnitude 5 look like? I want to get a good feel for it. I don't know if that's not the right term. That's definitely not the right term. I want to get a good. I just want to see if it works. I'm just pressing shift. It's just nudging me to this side. I don't know what. That's amazing. All right, hold on. So, 100% what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make this as coroutine actually. Start coroutine. Public enumerator dash for int I equals 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus. So this will run for 10 times, and it does this for this, and it says yield return new. Wait for fixed update, please. Because that's how quickly you can do it, and then... So this is effectively doing the same thing, except it's doing it 10 times instead of once. And, well, it's doing it 10 times, but it's spreading them out between a 50th of a second between each one. So effectively, it's doing it over 0.2 seconds. That's how long it's applying the dash for. Because it's not going towards your mouse or anything, it looks kind of whack. So I think I'm going to do 5:15. This is going to be, I think, a much bigger dash. I have the amount of time that it runs it for, but I tripled the strength, and I think the strength is non-linear. So we'll see how this works. Okay, imagine like you're just like you have this kind of dash ability. Like you're playing and you go, wow. I don't know. Is that good? Is that bad? What I should know is, does your dash ability go to your mouse or your movement? That's a question. Because I could make it so you dash to your mouse. Like if my mouse is here, dash is there. Or I could make it so like, oh, you're going in this direction, so you dash the direction you're moving. But what dashing towards the mouse will let you do is like this, where you could dash like... Experimenting with clicking them both at the same time. Looks a bit whack, to be honest. Doing it backwards is even crazier. I might do it towards the mouse by default. So... how do I do that? Well, my good sirs, this isn't actually too bad. movement so you can dodge when fighting? Mostly, yes. But also because I talked about this actually earlier this stream, my ideas with the dash. But basically, I want to discourage a certain playstyle, which is currently you can just outrun enemies, or you can't really outrun some of them. Some of them you can't, but you can kind of just maneuver around them. And the dash is my semi fix to this, and I'll explain in a second. So basically, I forgot this. I forgot I made them wait 10 seconds. Hold on. Let's go over to the Habashenity and disable that. Anyway, what I was going to say is that currently there's a thing that you can do. Because, I mean, I gotta make the spitters more accurate, but because the enemies are basically chasing at the player, they're not the brightest kind of creatures. The charger is pretty interesting because it does lunge at the player, and I mean they will navigate around obstacles. They won't just try to go through a wall; they'll go around the wall, like they'd go around this bend. But there's no obstacles really in here for it to really take advantage of. So for all intents and purposes, the charger and the rat just go towards the player. But I can just do what I'm doing right now, which is kind of just outrun them, and then I can just kind of peck at them like this. And it's a surprisingly effective strategy that I don't think is good. Because you're basically just, I don't know, running circles around the enemies for very little effort. Like, I can just hold one key, or, I mean, I can change the key that I'm holding so that I, don't run into a wall. But basically, I'm just holding a single key, or a movement direction at a time, and I'm able to completely nullify the challenge posed by these enemies, which I think is not good. So what I'm going to do is probably reduce the player movement speed. I mean, enough that you can't just outrun these enemies like this. And then I'm gonna supplement this with a dash ability. But this dash ability won't be the end all be all thing, because what I wanted to do is I want it so when you're dealing damage, you actually recharge it slightly faster, like when you deal damage, and it refreshes the dash when you kill something. In other words, it'll encourage you to actually go out and kill things, because if you kill things, you immediately get your dash back, which is your movement ability, which is how you move. I want maybe the player to become a bit reliant on the dash, which could be interesting, actually. Because if the dash becomes integral to how getting, or to if the dash becomes integral to locomotion in this game, I don't want to nerf just walking around, but I don't like that you can just walk around and kind of ignore enemies, which I'm not really doing right now. I'm just kind of attacking them, but because you can just do something like this, if you're reliant on the dash and you only get the dash back, or you get it back faster, a lot faster by killing enemies, then hence you'll want to kill enemies. Another thing to incentivize such behavior. So I want to add like things like this to the game, which kind of, I want to say incentivize things, but they do that stuff. They make the player play the game funner. The game plays more fun when you're engaging with the combat and you're taking risks and you're in their face. That's the funniest way to play. It's the most intense way to play. It's the way I want people to play. Just as notes on game design, whatever. I mean, I don't. There's a tough balance to strike between forcing people to play a certain way versus encouraging people to play a certain way. Because I mean, a game designer is always going to have like a set idea for how they want something to be. Like I have my vision for how I want people to play the game. I want them to play it kind of aggressively. But maybe someone doesn't want to do that. Maybe they want to take it a bit slower, and they can do that. But so what I don't want to do is make it impossible for them to do that. What I want to do is I want to encourage the people who are taking risks and are doing the things I want them to do, and in doing so, give them incentive to play the game in the most fun way that they can. So yeah, it's basically balancing risk and reward, although kind of, I guess that is a short-ish way of simplifying it, but it does leave out a bit of what I was talking about with the other playstyles. Because it's not just balancing the risk and reward of one playstyle, it's more guiding how I want people to play the game in the first place. Because I mean, I mean, I think it's fairly simple to balance the risk and reward of, like, I don't know, a certain encounter. You know, like if you take one specific scenario, like the player always wanting to charge right at the enemy, for example. It's pretty easy to balance that. The problem is making sure at the same time that it's not encouraging or doing whatever other not good behaviors. For example, Rupture, the other game that I kind of showed you, but I kind of moved past, because taking damage was very punishing and there was no way to really get it back. It really, and you weren't punished, or there wasn't really that much of an incentive to play aggressively, then people just would hang back around walls, wait for enemies to go around, shoot them, and then go to another wall. I don't... Maybe I've become scared because of that, but I don't know. It's not my favorite thing. So going back to the player here, there is some things I want to change. Number one, can I... If I make this quaternion.identity, what's point 2D? So I have a thing called point 2D, which point 2D mod. What's the mod on this? It's not just that it has it's that it points to a position, which is what I want. Point 2D. Oh no, okay. My misinterpretation. So this is what I need. And then I take the dash. Okay, this is it's order specific the way you put this in. So what point? So quaternion. Oh, oh. Okay, guys, take a look at this genius. Take a look at this genius. Dear God. I might be able to do that. Yeah. So stupid. God, that's so dumb. Does that work? Maybe. I might need to adjust the directions. Very likely I'll need to adjust them. Yeah. You can see it's 90 degrees offset, so I do need to maybe it's this. Unless it's minus 180. Although I highly doubt I would need to flip it around 180 degrees. What? Oh, I just deleted it. I didn't put a 0 there. Whoops. My bee. So this is just making the player, in theory, dash towards the mouse. Maybe. Possibly, perhaps, quite potentially. Potentially. Yeah, okay, so now you kind of lunge towards the mouse with this this dash. Okay, hold on. So, but if I say no. Does increasing the dash time make it better? I base it, what my goal with this dash is I want it to be a pretty good movement option so that you use it a lot. If you know what I mean. Maybe you know what I mean. Maybe you know what I mean. Maybe you know what I mean. Everyone knows what I mean. The thing is, though, it feels a bit weird when you're stuck in it for too long. Like, if it takes too long to traverse. But at the same time, I can't tell if it's too long or too short. I'm not the great... I think this is at least fine. So can I use this to absolutely launch things? I can. Wait, I can do it even better, too. I can launch it. How does that work with enemies? I might make you, like, slightly incorporeal while you're, dashing. Yeah, you can kind of ram into enemies and push them around, which is pretty funny. I mean, it doesn't really work too well against hordes of enemies because they're circles and they kind of push off, but I'm dead lol. Well, no shit. But we've got this dash existing. It might need that. That's just going to slightly reduce the speed, but what I want to do is um maybe that might be a bit too harsh. I don't know what would be like a good cooldown that feels balanced. Anyway, now that we have this movement option, where's the player? Always a good thing to keep a look on. So I think I called it like working. Nope. Okay, where's set move speed? It's in here. You can see it equals working movement speed, and working movement speed is equal to 2. Essentially, big default movement speed nerf, big general movement buff, because now you've got the dash. You got the Assy dash. Rapid dash. Fucking Pokemon move. Is that a Pokemon move? I'm pretty or is that a Pokemon? I don't know. I swear rapid dash is a thing. Oh, you feel so sluggish now. You can I don't know, I might Hmm. I might have to make it a bit more than this, because this is a bit much. But let's see how this affects combat. Oh, I just realized the a certain flaw with the, with these guys. Yeah, you still okay, you can still catch them, but they try to run away from you, so if you're moving slow, it might be a bit annoying to do so. Okay, yeah, what I need to do dash. Start dash. I think 2 seconds cooldown, but it goes for like 7 frames. Or not 7 frames, sorry, 7 ticks. I don't know, you can see that it does this. And during that time, the player is going to basically enter a state of invincibility, I guess. If that's if that's how I want to describe it, where they gain a bit of a respite from the onslaught. Perhaps that's how I want to do it. Perhaps it's not, but yeah. Okay, so you move kind of slow like a slug. Hmm. The movement feels slow now. It's not exactly what I want. Alright, so what if I increase the movement speed from 1.2 to 1.5 and the dash. So now that I have the duration of the dash correct, what if I re-up the speed of the dash? Like the velocity, not the time that you're in the dash. I think I like how long you're in the dash for right now, but I don't like the short distance that you go. I think it's a bit underwhelming. So we do this. Now, there's no visuals for this yet. You're still just flinging the player, but you go shwink. Right, so now it doesn't feel like you're as trapped as you were. Or as limited to movement, but now you've got this nice dash, which goes a decently good distance. And if I was able to refresh this on enemies, then that'd be great. Now, outrunning enemies is basically I mean, it's still possible, but it's much harder to do, I would say. Because you've got to, I mean, yeah, I think I like this. I think I like this with the current balance. The movement doesn't feel too sluggish, I mean, it's slower than before, obviously, because I slowed it down, but it doesn't feel too slow, especially with this, being able to do that randomly. Now, I want to add clearly some kind of like UI element, maybe like there, because this has been a blank spot that I've been wondering what I can fill it with. I could fill this with the dash cooldown, right? Um, oh, I should add dash charges. That'll be a thing. Um, add dash charges. So that could be like an item or something, but I just thought of that. Anyway, so basically, right now you're not getting anything out of killing enemies, but already I think it's better because it just this change, even though in practice you're still probably moving about the same distance wise, it feels much more. Is the word intimate? It feels like you're much closer to the enemies because while you're not dashing, you're actually quite a bit more vulnerable. Just because we've also given you the tool of the ability to dash, you're no longer bound to the very small area that you had. So these enemies now kind of surround you, and it's pretty dangerous. And these enemies like even if you have the dash, the enemies even have the same ability as you. So I might actually go to the nav mesh entity. This is something I've been meaning to do actually. Charge sex. Where's the thing? Charger. I just want to alt speed. Okay, so it's controlled through alt speed, which is good. Which means I can modify that from here. Entity type alt speed. It's gonna be like down here. I wanted to buff the charger speed. I think they were a bit too slow. The dash time for them, like duration, was fine, but the speed at which they dashed was lacking. At least in the regards of chasing the player down. I think this will also make them much more hounding, if you will. If I could fight one, there's one. I mean, it's not actually that noticeable, but it's enough that it's pretty dangerous. And I still gotta add some, like, tells to these enemies, you know, so you can tell when they're about to dash, or when they're about to shoot, or when they're about to attack. Because currently it's just the image, and then, boom, you take damage. There isn't a whole lot to kind of tell you about it, other than the fact that it's been enough time that it's probably gonna happen. Yeah, this is some peak changes, I think. I'm getting obliterated here. Then again, this enemy probably is going to be reserved for... The charger enemy is probably going to be reserved for later things, because it's actually pretty tough to fight. Now we've got to get on to something that we need to work on. The balancing of dash with killing enemies. Now, as I've stated, dashing is cool, but incentivizing gameplay is cooler. Let's have a crack at that, shall we? So, where's enemy hit shit? Wait, no, sorry, entity OXS. Entity OXS, there it is. So there's already a method that is run called kill or something. Yeah, right here. When the enemy is run, player controller dot instance dot dash cooldown equals 0. So you can immediately dash now after you kill an enemy, just instantly, just like that. It was as simple as one line of code, and now the dash cooldown that was a pretty chilling 2 seconds is now very short, because you can just kill an enemy, dash, kill an enemy, dash, boom, you're going crazy. Bloodlust time. Let's see how it works. So, I mean, I think I need more control over the dash. Yeah, I think it should not go towards the mouse. I can't tell if I want actually. Maybe I could make that like a system, or like not a system, like an option. Because it's kind of weird that you need to move your mouse to where you want to dash. Which kind of breaks the flow of things if you're hitting an enemy and then you want to dash away. Like you wanna, but then I just dashed into him just then. So yeah, I think it should. Yeah, because I'm sometimes not dashing where I exactly want to go. So this actually shouldn't be too bad, because I already have the direction that you're moving, right? Player controller. I can take in. Where is it? Okay, so I have this thing called move. But more importantly, I have this thing called dir, which is the direction. Now, what I can do is I can pass in this on start dash. Vector 3, dir. Vector 3, dir. And I pass in the dir. And then it's, instead of doing this, it's direction times 17. Or dir times 17. F. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, my favorite. And there you have it. Anyway, so what that's going to do, hopefully, is instead make it so that the dash goes in the direction you're moving. Wait. Wait, I just realized. What's it going to do if you're not moving? It's gonna... I think it's you're not going to go anywhere if you don't move, and then if you have infinitely... Yeah, okay. I'm fairly certain it's going to do some wacky stuff, so I'm dashing right now, nothing's happening. I'm going to press a thing, it goes up. I'm pretty certain... Yeah, if you're not holding a movement key, you don't go anywhere. Anyway, so now I've got a different style of dash, where it goes towards the direction you move, and we can see how much that changes things. I need to be able to kill enemies within that 2-second window in order for it to actually, like, matter, though. Especially if this dude dashed away. Now, I'm playing, I think, pretty poorly, you could say. I'm a bit used to my crutches of being able to outrun enemies. So what I might want to do is enemy hit shit. What I was thinking of doing is if the cooldown is 2 seconds long on the dash, right? It's 2 seconds. What I can do, so that's 5% of the cooldown on hit if I did 0.1 seconds on hit. Right? So if I went enemy at OXS. Alright, hold on. So if it's the enemy. Okay, I have the damage profile. Does this contain the attack profile? Hmm. I have a couple different systems in place. So basically I wanna get the it's fine if I do player controller.instance for now, but this will not work for multiplayer. So I'll have to this will eventually have to be changed. But what this does is it's basically spreading out. This is when the enemy takes damage, right? So switch enemy type. If it's multiplayer, that does stuff. Switch enemy type, player, default. Stuff. So another default behavior is player controller.instance dot dash cooldown minus equals 0.15f. Currently, there's no visual to tell the player how much they have of the dash cooldown, which I think would actually be very useful to show you how much of a boost you're actually getting from hitting things. But 0.15 I have to do is 7.5% of the cooldown on hit. So whenever you deal damage to an enemy, you refresh 7.5% of the cooldown. So I mean, like with fast attacking, oh Jesus Christ, you can launch those things now. I mean, the football was already made. The football soccer ball was already made to be launchable, but it's kind of funny how fast you can fucking launch it. Um, I think I need to make some kind of UI thing just so I can actually tell, because I have no idea how much dash cooldown I have. It's actually kind of impossible to gauge the buffs from this. At least, I mean, I can gauge it from feeling, but it's also nice to really see it. And it'll also just be a good thing. So this UI thing that I have, I actually can quite nicely fit something in the middle, which I've been thinking of doing. So, I'm thinking of like a circle. You ever seen, what, Path of Exile 2 health bars? I don't know what they're called. Like, it's a specific thing. Path of Exile, health bars. It's a specific thing where it's like an orb that fills up like this. In the bottom left. Is there like one that's like partially full? Okay, you can see it like with the mana. It's like an orb that's partially full. I might be able to do that, but have it as it's what's displaying the dash cooldown. Look, you'll see what I mean. Where does it? Chunky canvas. So this is the health bar thing. Health bar sex. There it is. What I can do is I can do a UI image. I probably need to go into the scene view for this. Images. Kirkle. Like Hollow Knight Soul. Maybe? I haven't played Hollow Knight, so I wouldn't know. Perhaps I should, is what that's saying. Or perhaps I shouldn't. But I can kind of shove it in the middle like this. 64. That says 54. 64, 64. Imagine if there was like a, I don't know, this would be green or some shit. Yellow, orange. I don't know what color dashes are. Dashes are a very nebulous color. I might do a similar thing with the shader there, so it's like a bit changing. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Hollow Knight. I just have never gotten around to it because it's not exactly something I want to do. So what I can do is I can do filled, not radial 360, but vertical. And this is the what I was talking about before. I can do this. It's very harsh right now, so maybe it's like, but then that feels too small. Or is it too small? I don't fucking know. Maybe it's the color that's harsh? Like, I could always reduce the color of this and then maybe up it to 50. Never know. You never knew you could do what? Fill the, do this? With the, fill amount? Yeah, it's a pretty wacky stuff. You can't do it, you can only do it with, UI stuff. You can't do it with, like sprites. Let me show you. So if I go to a 2D object sprite square, right, which is like this, they don't give you the option, right? You have simple sliced and tiled, right? Whereas with UI elements, like what I'm doing right now, that's like a UI thing, you can do simple, sliced, tiled, and filled. They have that extra option. I don't exactly know why, but they do. So you can, and it's useful for things like this. This is a wacky circle because it's kind of not perfect. I mean, it's going to not be perfect because it's being fucked up by pixels, but for now, I think this is fine. Okay, hold on. I can just put any fucking image in here, and it'll do the exact same thing of filling up from the bottom like that. So I could go put like a fucking baller image in there, and now you have green baller that fills up, and that's your fucking dash thing. Oh, it could be the player. You could fill up the player. I mean, Among Us. It's gonna be, yeah, nothing, because it's multiplying the color with green, but whatever. Let's go back over to basics so I can grab a circle, but that's pretty fucking funny that you can just put anything there. Um, it's got rid of it. Wait. Yeah, it got rid of it. I don't know why. Anyway. So what I can do now is, now that I actually have that as a thing, I might reduce the impact of that color. I want it to be there, but not super prominent. Anyway, that works. That works. So this health sex bar, very, I mean, it already is kind of doing stuff that I need it to. X dose, X underscore dose is the player instance dash cooldown out of max cooldown of 2. And that is your... I don't need to convert this to a float. It's already a float. So that is your percentage. Dash bar sex fill amount equals X. Oh, sorry, X dose. And now I just gotta put the thing on there and we should be good. Oh, wait. Sorry, this will empty it. It should be 2 minus this. Yep. Anyway, that'll fill it. So it'll fill up and then it'll go away when you don't have your dash. Yeah, it's working. Maybe. I'm just gonna rename this so it's more clear. Dash. There you go. Pretty, I think, clear naming scheme. I just append the word sex after every variable or everything, and it works. I mean, it's the good luck charm. It makes things work. You can see it after I dash, it fills up, and as soon as it fills up, I can dash again. Well, I need to dash and then get near it. Right, you can see it fill up quicker when I hit things. It's still decently quick. I might reduce that time, to be honest. It feels too quick even with, like, even when you're not killing things. So, let's, alright. Player controller. Oh, yeah, I also would probably want to expose this anyway. Public float max dash cooldown equals 3. And then set data. Max dash cooldown equals 3F. And then I take my health bar. Alright, this is just some very slight optimization, mostly on word count though. Did I already have a variable called E? Oh. This is just a word count optimization mostly, just so I don't have to keep typing this, or I won't have to see the same shit so much. Anyway, so it's E dot max dash cooldown divided by that. Okay, so that's just letting me now change the amount dynamically. So I can give you an item that makes you have like 2 dash cooldown or something. If I wanted. I don't know why I would, but you can. So now the dash cooldown is 1.5 of what it used to be. 50% bigger. 50% longer. Though 7.5% regen is seeming to be... Oh, it's setting it to dash. Oh, sorry, wrong thing. Player, controller, player, controller, player, controller. Similar thing, except instead of this, it's max dash cooldown. I don't know why it looked like it was filling it halfway. It should have been filling it 1/3 of the way. Unless I messed something up, which is a definite possibility. Definitely looked like it was a UI thing, though. I could just be going insane, which is very probable, let's be honest. Because, I mean, it works now. I mean, that bonus percent that you fill up from hitting things is actually quite noticeable, even if you don't kill something. And then, like, let's say I do. Boom, you got it back. And then you go down, boom, you get it back. I don't know. I might regen it more on hit. Rats give you, like, essentially free things, but then you're basically a sitting duck for these dashing guys. Alright, hold on. So sorry, 0.15. What? Don't lie to me. I know it's here. There it is. So that's... Oh, wait, I just realized technically the percentage went down. It was back down to 5% regen on hit because the max length was increased. And it wasn't removing a percentage, it was removing a flat amount. I don't know if I want to change that. Do I want to make it remove it, or like regenerate a percentage of it, or like a flat amount like it's currently doing? I mean, now it's doing 1/10 of it on hit. I mean, even if you somehow didn't kill something in the short amount of time, I mean, the time to kill isn't that long, to be honest. I mean, on most enemies. My main concern to be solved is is like high HP enemies like that. Oh wait, hold on. Here's something I can test out. Um, uh, w uh, Interesting. Okay, that was a very interesting experience. Can I run that one by me again? I think what happened is I pressed the dev keybind. No. Hmm. I don't know. What I was going to test out was this, because this thing can hit enemies repeatedly even when you're not attacking. I mean, if I could actually hit things, I'm watching it increase. I think I killed something by accident. But I'm watching it jump up, especially after I kill an enemy. I The balancing might be something to work on, but I think it's pretty good. I think building up dash cooldowns is going to be building up a charge will be extremely helpful. I think that'll be the key. Because currently, if you get the refresh on kill, but you already have max dash cooldown like this, then it's kind of useless. Um, so adding dash charges would kind of fix that. Yeah. Yeah, that's I think what I'm gonna do. So uh Alright, alright. This is gonna take some finagling. Oh god, I might have to redo some stuff with the dash cooldown, because it's kind of doing the inverse right now, where it counts down. Hmm. Well, first thing I can do before I put my mind to that is how would I display 3 dash cooldowns? I mean, I could display like overlaid circles, but that seems a bit meh. I do have a circle thing going on in this area, and I could, but I don't know how I could best do it unless I had it like broken up into sections. That might be it. All right. This will require some fucking shit. Um. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. This is gonna require some very cursed ass programming. And when I say programming, I of course mean finagling. So, game dev. What I'm going to basically need to do is create a specific image. An image of I don't know. Page setup, custom, 5 by 5. It doesn't matter. Wait. How many pixels is this? Yeah, that's more than enough. So essentially what I somehow need to do is create a circle. I know, a very complex task. But I need to take this, I'll make it black for now. I need to take this circle and chop it up, maybe? I'm a bit at a loss. Do I want it like I could have like bars, you know? Like if imagine like there was these were thin, they're not, and they're also pretty uh but you can maybe start to see where I'm going with this. Maybe I might be cooking oh, he's got to go. That sucks. I think I might not do this. I don't know. Still thinking of this design. See ya, Poto, wherever you may go. If you want to join another stream, feel free to, because I might be doing them. If you're still here and you're interested in learning about, or I guess figuring out when I'm gonna do more streams, join my Discord server. I don't. Is it in the description? It might be. Um, it if it's in the description, you can check it out there, or if not, you can go to any of my videos and find it there. Oh, yep, it's in the description. So you can probably join that. Maybe, maybe not. See you around. Anyway, we're almost at hour 4, which is pretty whack. And, yeah, I think I'm gonna fucking go too, man. Photo's gone, everyone's gone. It's 1 a.m. right now. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Fuck. Fucking cracking my neck right now. I've been sitting down for 4 hours straight. It's not normally something I do. Fucking whack, cracking my back. A rhyme makes it, I don't know, time to go. So as a recap for things we've done today, because it's quite interesting. Number one, we've made these no longer break when you're in this wacky menu. We've added a dash, and a dash cooldown for that matter. We've also fixed the bug of this thing jittering around. We've also done this cool little animation of the enemies spawning in, so now they look very chill. I've also done some slight tweaking of some enemies, like the charger dashes faster, and which I might undo if I can't. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the increased charge speed. I might bring it back to 18. But we did make the spitter stay closer to the player, which feels much nicer in the gameplay. Um, Enemies charging. Alt speed, where is it? That's not the thing. Alt speed should be like down somewhere. There it is. 18. So I'm just undoing that change because I think it was kind of a meh one on my end. But we had a lot of good stuff going on today. I've talked about a lot, fixed a lot of random stuff. Yeah, I mean, it was a good stream. And this is for my first stream backs for in like a month because I died that one time. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Oof. All right. Yeah, I think I'm checking out for the night because it's 1:08 a.m. Sexy time, boys. Ooh boy, it's time to do the schmung, the schmung, the schmungy wungy wung. I don't know what that is. I'm going a bit crazy because I've been locked up. I've been hung at my computer for fucking 4 hours in a row. But it's fine because I thought it was fun. I thought it was fun. Now that all this stuff is out of the way, I'm gonna quickly make sure. I kind of forgot if I did this. No, I did. I did push it in. All right. So yeah, see you guys later. Be it in the past, present, or future.